Good morning and welcome to this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kildow and Transcona Community Committee. This Monday, January 6th, 2025. I am this year's chair for a couple more months of the Community Committee, Jason Schreier, City Council for the Elmwood East Kildow Ward. I'm joined as well with Jeff Grawadi, City Council for the North Kildow Ward, as well as Russ Wyatt, Councillor for the Transcona Ward. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40, First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. And at this point, we're joined as well by Senior Committee Clerk Brendan Harris, as well as Dylan Chisland, planner from Planning, Property and Development, as well as Steve Nuttall, as well, planner from Planning, Property and Development. Good morning. And at this point, Clerk Harris, where do we go from here?
I was going to motion to accept the minutes of the last meeting.
Councillor Grawadi so moves. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And a motion for the minutes of the Residents Advisory Group. So moved.
And motion from Councillor Grawadi. And those in favor? Motion carries.
All right, so we've had no one register in delegation, so we can move straight into reports. The first report is the traffic signalization at Main Street and Fernbank.
Yes, good morning. My name is David Patman. I'm the Manager of Transportation at Public Works. So I'm just providing a verbal update on where we're at with this. We are continuing to move along. We are working to put together detailed numbers on the costing for the improvements at Fernbank. We're just waiting on the contractor and the consultant to give us some updated numbers on construction costs for 2025. We had a table from 2024 with the numbers in it, but they asked us to they could amend those numbers to give us the most updated numbers. So we're just waiting on that. We were hoping to get that last month, but because it was December, end of the year, Christmas, people were away. So as soon as we get those numbers, we'll be providing that information to the committee.
Okay. This is still, again, top of mind, an interest item. I appreciate perhaps maybe not as much happens month to month on this particular file, but I do want to continue to receive some information on this one in a public sphere, because there is a high degree of public interest, but I appreciate that it takes a lot of time and effort to come to these meetings. I do appreciate it. So I'm going to move to receive today's report as information and request that a follow-up verbal report be made at the March, June, and September 2025 EKT community meetings.
Just out of curiosity, how soon do the crews start working on this stuff in a new season, or do they do it all year?
It's as much as possible. They try to do it all year. It's often they start around April.
We haven't adjusted yet. If they're not going to be there in March, there wouldn't be any update in March, would there?
Yeah, we're going to have the costs ready. What we want to do is show the costs before we get the shovels in the ground.
I see.
Would that be reasonable if we do March, June, and September?
Let's try that. I think that's a great suggestion. Yeah.
Do we need to go to SPC?
Yes,
we'll
change that to
updates?
Really?
Yes.
I thought that we delegated. I thought SPC delegated it to the committee.
It was directed by the Standing Policy Committee, so it doesn't need to go up as a recommendation.
It was originally monthly.
Correct.
I see.
We could leave it monthly, just not expect to see you in February. I don't care. Should we leave it? What do you think? Leave it as is, just not have it come?
No. I think your idea is good.
Okay, let's go to those meetings and we'll send it up to SBC, and I'll speak to Chairman Lukes.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion by Mr. Buttercrest. Any further discussion to that motion?
Call the question.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, Dave. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Likewise. Thank you.
Yeah.
So item 2 is the citizen member appointments for the Concordia Hospital Board of Directors.
We wanted a resident from the community committee last time, I recall. And they didn't give us one.
Yes, they are standing by their original nomination.
Well, let's wait over and find somebody, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we certain of that? All right. Well, I mean, I'll go along with this another month. I mean, they've got their
Well,
reasons.
I have some ideas. I'm sure you guys do too.
Yeah,
If we
exactly.
sat down.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's,
Agreed.
yeah. Okay.
So that's a Move to lay over to the next meeting?
All right, so yeah, those in favor, motion's been heard. Those in favor? Okay, motion carries. All right, item number 3, Land Dedication Reserve Fund. Excuse me.
That's you.
Kind of excited about this. Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation supporting access to good eating, SAGE, and the Chalmers Community Corner at 243 Henderson at Johnson. We've got all sorts of good works happening with Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. This year is going to be a landmark year in terms of my working with Leilani Viarlan, the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. I'm looking forward to this. And Councillor White, if you could take the chair.
Sure.
I would like to move this motion myself.
So moved. Any
No,
discussion?
I haven't moved the motion yet. I haven't.
Oh, sorry. I've been reading something.
If you
All right,
may,
I apologize.
you could take
I'm
the chair.
multitasking. When you
You're
multitask, there's no such thing.
You're excited too. You're jumping the gun here. I
thought I
move
heard her move.
that the application, the amount of $134,000, 134,255.10 from the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee Land Dedication Reserve Fund of the Elmwood East Kildonan Ward be moved to the CNRC to assist the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation with the supporting access to good eating. SAGE, the Chalmers Community Corner be, excuse me, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. I'm reading the public service recommendation, which is to deny it. And that is because it does not reach an interpretation of the public service. It does, the motion does not meet council adopted land dedication reserve criteria 1 and 3. And that is my understanding, having spoken with who is the one that runs the office for the Land Dedication Reserve Fund, Ellen Fabry.
You wish to, all right, so you're moving that amount of money, and
Yes.
can you give your supporting reason?
Sure. On the advice of Ellen Fabry and others, although it does not meet criteria, sometimes that happens. It is within the spirit and within convention of other motions regarding the application or the allocation of land dedication reserve funds. It is going towards the common good. It is going towards a food project which has been taking place for a few years. This is going to be a notable enhancement. Well, I mean, it's going to take it to another level, quite frankly. But it doesn't quite meet the criteria in terms of either the exact wordage or interpretation. Nonetheless, I've been advised, nonetheless, by the Land Dedication Reserve Fund office to move this nonetheless, because there is most probably support by council for this. It's not unusual exactly so much. It doesn't quite fit the wording. This has happened in the past, and this is such good work. I am compelled to move this motion as nonetheless.
And what's this program going to do?
This program, there's a few things here. This is quite a bit of money. This is
That's why I'm asking.
$134,000, sure. First of all, the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation does a lot of great work for the community. And
Everybody does.
right, fair. Pardon me?
Everybody does.
Everybody does. Well,
Tell-
I'm going to
tell me
go-
how is
I'm going
this
to go
gonna be?
I'm going to go on a limb, Councillor White, and say some things are better than others in my own judgment, including what I do. Some of the things that I do
Okay.
are more relevant and more important than other things I do. So I'm judging myself. And in this case, this is sort of an extension of my wishes, my will, my priorities, as it is of the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. So with this money, we are extending the food program that they have. They already run a food program at Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. I've been supporting it in various ways over the years. In this case, what we are doing is, as chair of the Winnipeg Food Council, I found out what they're doing in Brandon. And the benevolent nonprofit there in Brandon running their food program is the John Howard Society. And found out at a Winnipeg Food Council committee meeting in which we had the Climate Change Connection being our delegate presentation provider. They were showing us what they do in Brandon. And what they did is they bought a couple, 2 or 3 as a matter of fact, I did tour there later, with their representative, Jennifer McRae, from the Climate Change Connection, as well as Leilani Esteban Villarba from the Toronto Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. We did visit the Brandon site, and what they did is they bought a few of these, I call them train cars. I like to say I'm buying a train car. But they're called climate-controlled reefers, and they're 10 by 10, high and wide, and they're 40 foot long. So I'm buying one. I'm providing the money to the Toronto Neighborhood Renewal Corporation to do this. This is what they do in Brandon. And they keep frozen or refrigerated food in the climate-controlled reefer. And they receive the food as other food organizations might, like Manitoba Harvest. And when we need to get large quantities, or when the large quantities are available, that's where we can put it. There's more to this that is not part of the motion today, but they did develop a storefront in Brandon, in downtown Brandon. In fact, what they call a farmer's market, but really it's now they've got constant hours on a weekly basis where people can get food for free or donate or pay what they can. You see, Elmwood lost its last grocery store last spring. We don't have a economies of scale grocery store. So what we're doing here is to try to emulate that as well as what they do with Manitoba Harvest, as well as what they do in Brandon through the John Howard Society. And we're going to do it through the
Where will this be located?
As it states here, at the community corner, happens to be...
Which is where?
243 Henderson at Johnson, on the northeast corner of...
The old gas station site.
Exactly. Now, the last time that gas station was being used was for a provincial campaign in 2003. Jim Malloway used a gas bar for his campaign office. He wanted to keep his costs low and visibility high. So his campaign manager, Jim Barty, you could see him working out of the gas bar. A little bit of a tangent, since Councillor Wyatt was reminding us. Since then,
Jim Barty, that's a name I've not heard in a million years.
Pardon me?
Jim Barty is a name I've not heard for a million years.
Well, there you go.
There you go. Yeah,
Dear to our
brings
hearts.
back memories. So,
Yeah. So in this case, we've been working on this for years with the Toronto Neighborhood Renewal Corporation to get a deal with Suncor, who owns it. Now, given the complications with the former gas station, they have an agreement that could last as long as 20 years for a rental agreement with Suncor, but just topically. So we can't go down any more than a couple of inches. We've paved it, and now we've had events at that corner. It is zoned commercial so that we can put the 40-foot train car there, and it also has the 3-phase electrical right there at the corner there in the back alley. So we are set.
what are the hours of it? And how often it's going to
Well, that's a real good question. It has to be some sort of regularity to it. But it will be in conjunction with a storefront.
Yeah.
And that is the second phase to this, which I can't all explain at this moment because we don't know it all. But we are in process and in progress on that as well. So this is a huge leap of the food outreach program, which they've called Supporting Access to Good Eating, SAGE. There's more to this as well, because I'm providing, in terms of further enhancements of the food program in the Chalmers neighborhood and beyond, providing funds so that we can take a city bus and go along a route to pick up all the seniors at the designated seniors apartments through the area and take them shopping to a standard grocery store, such as what you would find around Kildonan Crossing. So this is all part of the food outreach program that I'm involved with the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. The largest aspect of this is the train car, but there's more to it as well.
When you say the train car, you're talking about the climate-controlled...
I exaggerate.
Yeah, okay.
It's as long as a train car, but it's 1/4 in dimensions, so it's, instead of being 40 by 40, sorry, 20 by 20, it's 10 by 10.
Okay.
So you can stack 4 of these in the place of a standard train car size, more or less. That's sort of that's where we'll
I
store
wanted
it.
to ask you all these questions because I know you've been working very hard on this. It's been a big project to you, to your ward, and its location, and getting this gas station site cleaned up, to make this happen. We read the reports, all the information that you've given I already knew, but I wanted it for the public record so that people could hear it on the TV or what have you.
I'll just ask one question too.
Yes,
perhaps.
please, absolutely.
Yeah, just to,
Go ahead.
put it on the record. I've read the report and I know the answer to this question. So, to be clear, even though the recommendation was against supporting this project, this isn't for operating funds. This isn't to purchase food. This is all for capital improvements and for physical assets to be located on this site, so that the program can operate. It's not like you feed them once and that's it. This will allow them to do an ongoing program.
The exception of the
Absolutely. This is
Kubota.
to provide the infrastructure so this can go on and be an ongoing program for as long as Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation has the contract with Suncor
Right.
to rent this property,
No,
and by virtue of the already existing zoning,
Yep.
being allowed to put this climate-controlled shipping container is
Right.
another term, shipping container on this property, and do what they do in Brandon. Or it happens to be as well that a month after I decided to do this, or so, doing recon, that the Meadowville Harvest as well bought a climate-controlled shipping container as well, the exact same dimensions, and that is near, just diagonally a block away from the corner of McPhillips and Notre Dame. So they're doing the same thing as well. In fact, they'll be seeing more of this, I think, but nonetheless, this was just an opportunity that I couldn't give up, primarily because we had the place to do this. We just lost our last real grocery store, and we've just got, I have the good fortune of being the elected representative in an area where we've got a nonprofit neighborhood renewal corporation that is so good to work with, and they already do this great work. So hats off to the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation, Leilani Viarba, and all those that do this. There is going to be more to this because, yes, once you have this infrastructure, you've got to run this essentially almost on a daily basis kind of thing. So this is a challenge, but we are on our way.
Couple of questions, Councilor Dreyer. I know the size of the property. Most businesses hire a contractor to do the snow removal. Why are they purchasing a Kubota for do snow
Oh yeah,
removal?
excuse me.
And where are they going to store it?
The Kubota, it's not that.
But you still got to have a place to put it.
Fair enough. They've deemed it. They've had their meetings about this. They're deeming it practicality because they've got more than one property.
I see. Okay.
And also it works in with the fact that they've got the staff. So
They're not storing it on site?
Well, my understanding is they will be storing it on site. However, you see just one block away is sort of the headquarters, if you will, the main building of the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. It's one block east at Brazier and one very short block south at Poplar, which is one block south of Johnson. So they already have a shed there as well. So where they're going to store the Kubota, that's a good question, which will be answered by them, I think. par for the course, but fair
The other question I had was this, is that normally commercial does allow for this type of activity. However, commercial zoning does not permit without permission, I thought, storage facilities. I know this because we've run into this on Regent Avenue. We're told places put up at times, it was that Bank Tangerine or something that did a pop-up with a trailer or a container. Actually, it was a container like this. And yeah, so that was now what has to be, is there requirements here? And I guess I'm also cognizant of the fact that this community committee has ruled in the past and recently in terms of plan approvals pertaining to some companies on commercial strips, again, Regent Avenue, where we wanted to see a higher standard of construction. I'm thinking of the Canadian Tire example, where they're going to put up a little garage, the corner of Rougeau at Regent. What can we do here to ensure that the Council Schreier and the community can still do what they want to do, but at the same time that the site is built beautiful? I don't know what this hut looks like that's being talked about on the. There's pictures of the Kubota. There's pictures of there's quotes for the electrical work that's being done, but I don't see any elevations pertaining to this heated hut and what for $15,000 and what that looks like. And I guess just the overall site. What's it going to look like? You want to have a site that's presentable to Henderson Highway. I'm sure Councilor Schreier, and you don't want something looking kind of junky, and you want some, and not to say that the containers will look like that. I mean, maybe they'll be painted up and look quite marvelous with trees and flowers and so on the site, landscaping. But we don't have any of that here today. Does this come back for a plan approval?
At this point, likely not. Do you?
I will note that a standard condition on these LDRs is the approval of the final plans and specifications for the project by the City of Winnipeg. And
By the director or by the community committee?
City of Winnipeg is what's specified there generally. That's administratively.
That's what?
Administrative.
I see. But wouldn't this trigger a plan approval?
If there's, I'm just having a look down the site to see if there's an existing zoning agreement. I probably won't be able to get access to it in time of this meeting. But if there's a zoning agreement requiring plan approval, of course, then it would come back. There's nothing, there's no overlay across Henderson Highway that would, like the downtown Transcona PDO. Typically, it's built in that plan approvals are going to be required. There's no mechanism like that here, so it would just be site specific.
Nonetheless, Councillor White, I thank you for the responsibility in this case. Councillor White, I do appreciate your concern over the aesthetic. It is a priority for the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. It is right on the corner of Henderson and Johnson. It is the most visible corner, if you will, in Elmwood. One can make the argument. And when we went about working on this for years to attain this property and to make it, the community corner that we want, priority was to aesthetic. That's why we did it, because it looked awful.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It looked terrible for many years.
Yeah, and so now
That big chain link fence around
it's
it.
great. So we want it to be aesthetically pleasing because it is a community corner, community hub, in which we do have events, but as well we want to optimize, in a sense, what we can here, in this case, optimize the practicality and the functionality. So it is a function of both. And Councillor Wyatt, I appreciate your concerns with this because these are our concerns. So
Well, we're giving a grant, and we should lead with, we should not contradict ourselves. I guess is what I'm saying when it comes to these sorts of things and policy. Would you be amenable, Councillor Schreier, read your motion regarding your motion, a slight amendation that would say something to the effect that subject to the Elmwood organization placing the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation voluntarily providing a plan approval for consideration of community committee.
Sure.
And then that would give them the ability to look at how they want to make the site look, maybe consult with the neighborhood. You would get drawings as well then, that you could then be able to show the community what's happening, and that, because I don't see those drawings here today.
Fair,
Just a
fair,
thought.
fair enough. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, that is
Would
part
they,
of
would
this-
they be okay with it though?
Well, that is all part of the process. They want it to look good too, kind of thing. Which is
You want
I mean,
5 minutes to
this
give
has
them a
gone
call,
beyond.
or-
Pardon me.
You want 5 minutes to give them a call, or?
You mean you want this today?
No, not today, no, but the amendment, to make sure it's okay with them to do the work. to
You
get
want me to
that.
phone Leilani right now? She's just been texting me.
Okay, well, I think it's fair to ask them, because they're not in the room.
Yeah.
I'll suggest Councilor Schreier's matter be stood down. We take a 5-minute break, and this will allow Councilor Schreier to make the
I'll
call.
just echo Councillor Wyatt's comments that I do think that it is reasonable that Henderson Highway is an image route. We need to make sure that, again, I know there's people involved with the Elmwood community that want to turn Henderson Highway into a 30-kilometer-an-hour donkey path, which I don't support. So, again, when it comes to the site design, making sure that it does recognize that Henderson Highway is a major arterial roadway, so that access points are off of Johnson, and that they're done in a safe and thoughtful way. So I think it is important that we do see the plans at the committee here. And at this point, again, even though the public service is against it because it is a capital program and it does seem like it has been fairly well thought out, I am leaning towards supporting it. But I would like to see the plans come back to this committee. So,
Okay,
And
fair.
I think it would show good due diligence on our part and the fact that the administration's against it as well. So good point, Councilor Bawadi. Okay,
Sure.
so I'll,
Fair enough.
Councilor Bawadi moves a 5-minute break.
Sure, but if I may,
Yes,
the reasoning for why they're against it, I think there's a reason for
No,
it.
we won't get into that.
Okay.
But we'll give you a chance,
Yeah.
Councilor Schreier, to make a quick
That's
call.
not the
You
issue.
have to be
Yeah.
back on par here for 10:30. So 5 minutes to allow you to have a chat, just to make sure they're okay.
Sure.
As
I would like to
courtesy.
state for the record as well, that the aesthetic of this is very important for the
You
children's.
may want to, just a suggestion, you may want to think about increasing the funding either today or in the future, because they're going to need to hire a professional to do these types of drawings, just so you know, okay?
Yes, there are professionals involved. There's because by regulation, they do have to have a consultant engineer.
Yeah.
So that's an engineer,
For
not
sure.
not an architect or a designer.
No, landscape art, but they may need that now, so that might be just something 5,000 or something down the road, just,
Okay.
that's something to put on their radar screen. But, okay, Council Body moves it, all in favor? 5
Well, if I
minutes?
may, I have just a comment to make.
Sure.
The aesthetic of this is important to the
Yeah,
children.
okay, absolutely.
That's why they
We
said about
appreciate
it.
your-
But if I
Give
may-
them a quick call, make sure they're okay to come back, that's all we're
May I
asking.
comment on this? It is also the intention of the
It's a
Chelmsford
good cause,
Renewal
it's a
Corporation
good cause. I
to,
think
to
this
sort
will-
of, to, if I may, to decorate
Absolutely.
the.
Be there for the ribbon cutting of the
The
beautiful
reef.
site.
Yeah. So
Oh,
let's,
yeah, this is a big one, I'll tell you.
question?
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, sorry, Councilor Schreier, we're just looking at the time.
Yeah, I get it.
I got 10 or 30 I'm
Yep.
watching here.
Yep.
So, thank you.
All right, I'll phone
Okay,
Leilani
guys.
right now.
Okay, Councilor Schreier, we laid the matter over to allow you an opportunity to give contact the leadership of this organization to ensure that they're okay with the friendly amendment, I guess you call it, to the motion that you made. Any resulting?
Sure. So it is Leilani Viarba and Charity Strange who are the primary leaders of this through the Toronto Neighborhood Renewal Corporation. I did talk with Leilani right after we had our short adjournment, and Leilani Viarba is the executive director. She says she's got no problem with that at all, stating that not only do we have a consultant engineer, we've got a consultant architect as well, and they've got no problem at all with this coming back to community committee as part of the final plan approval process.
Very good. So, based on that, is there they will have, I guess, if it's subject to condition, they will have the opportunity then to bring it back here to community committee, and I guess they'd probably want to do that in the next number of months so as to not to hold up the funding. They want to make sure they go right. So maybe what we do is we approve the funding so that nothing stops them from getting access to the money on the agreement that within the next 6 months to 1 year. I don't know. I think they need some time to do that.
I think it's going to be a little faster than that.
Okay.
when they can, but I mean, if you're looking at it that way, it makes it a lot easier for the Chelmsford neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't want to hold funding up
Fair.
subject, like if we make it, I was thinking about it when we broke, if we make it subject to, technically then the money can't flow until they bring the drawings back, so I think it's more, what would be the wording then, Mr. Clerk, for something like that?
So we could use the standard wording of approval of final plans and specifications for the project by the city of Winnipeg. So that would be a condition of the funding. And then B,
Maybe it's and instead of subject, right? And that within a certain period of time,
Okay, not subject to and.
yeah, rather than making it subject to, because then if we do that, then they're
okay, so we'll leave the final plan specifications by city of Winnipeg as the condition, but I will add a new number 3 and renumber the remaining accordingly.
yeah.
That the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation
Shall supply the community committee for consideration, plan approval for the said site, which will include
site plans,
site plans,
include site plans to the East Kildonan.
which will include color elevations, parking plan, site plan, landscaping, etc. That is the standard.
Just to make sure I have everything there. That was parking plans, elevations, site plans. Was there one more in there?
If they have fencing, in the event of fencing,
Okay.
and community committee is flexible on the timing of that as long as we have approval, let's say, within the calendar year of 2025. That gives them lots of time.
Great.
I'm sure they're going to want to do it sooner rather than later because they're probably going to want to get the structures up. So,
All right, so that's part of your motion.
and they don't want to put up structures if we want to change the plan, right?
So prior to construction within 2025.
All right.
I guess so. That's fair. Yeah, is that fair, Councilor Shire, prior to construction?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And you're talking, because you say construction, you're talking primarily about the hut they come.
Yeah, the hut and well, I guess you're right. There's really no construction.
Yeah, fair
A
enough.
heated hut, I don't know what that is.
Well, if you consider the different functions that take place at this community corner.
Yeah, like a lot of the stuff they're putting on the site are not structural stuff, so it's not typical construction. So I don't want to use the word construction, Brendan. I would
Okay.
just say,
Just within.
yeah, within
2025.
winter. Yeah. And I would just add to that a last line, given the high profile nature of the Henderson Highway corridor. Image road.
The high profile nature of the Henderson Highway.
Image road.
Image road, yeah.
Road. Okay. Henderson Highway Image Road.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I would like to state thank you to my fellow councillors.
I'm not moving that. I can't.
If I'm moving that.
But okay with you.
So
Okay.
part of my friendly amendment, it's a friendly amendment, so that's fine with me. I'll consider that a friendly amendment, that's part of my motion.
Okay.
I do as well want to thank my fellow councillors for taking a particular interest in this, and one that's very encouraging to help us get through because it will have to pass council. And thank you, Councillor Wyatt, for taking particular interest in the aesthetic of it, and thank you, Councillor Brawadi, for offering as well for any further insights or ideas as we kick this around, as we sort of slightly uncharted territory for us in Chalmers in Elmwood, which is these terms are, I'm not going to get too much into it, but these terms are sort of rather arbitrary when we say the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation and its placement within the Elmwood East Kildonan Ward. But I do want to thank Councillor Brawadi as well for willing to discuss this and offer further advice as we move forward. Thank you to both of you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Can you just repeat it to us again, Mr. Clerk?
Okay, do you want the full motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that the following eligibility criteria for the Land Dedication Reserve Fund be waived in this instance, namely, A, funds may be utilized for I, the acquisition of land for parks or recreation facilities, II, the development of properties for parks and recreation purposes, including such ancillary equipment and structures as may be necessary to that development, III, the construction or renovation of recreation facilities on parks and recreation properties. B, the use of funds will result in the creation or continuation of a physical legacy of parks and recreation facilities for the City of Winnipeg. 2, that funding in the amount of $134,255.10 from the East Kildonan Transcona Land Dedication Reserve Elmwood East Kildonan Ward allocation be approved to the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation to assist with the cost of supporting access to Good Eating Sage Chalmers Community Corner project, subject to the following condition: approval of final plans and specifications for the project by the City of Winnipeg. B, that the Chalmers Neighborhood Renewal Corporation submit site plans including elevations, parking plans, fencing, and site plans within 2025, given the high-profile nature of the Henderson Highway image route. And then, further to that, that the proper officers of the city be authorized to do all things necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing, and that would be forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee.
All of that?
If it's possible, just to follow up on the motions in order, and if I would just like to ask if staff could work, because this is a not-for-profit, they're not used to doing this sort of thing, maybe if staff could reach out to them and just help them along in terms of the process and in terms of what they need to do and what they need to get, because this will be all new to them, and rather than spending a ton of money on consultants, if we can give them a bit of a hand that way, that'd be great. So, just a request to be put in. So, okay, very good. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Next item, non-conforming approach. I hand the chair back to you, Councillor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Wyatt. And we are now on report item number 4. Take it away.
That is the non-conforming approach.
Yeah, this has been here. I'm going to move approval.
All right, moving approval for report item number 4, non-conforming approach at 469 DeRosier Drive.
Yes.
All right, the motion is approval. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Oh, excuse me, Granite.
Oh, sorry, we do need a second motion on this one of supporting reasons.
Okay, supporting reasons.
Everybody has driveways in that neighborhood. Well, that's what it is.
That is understood by the clerk.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll see to call the question on the supporting reasons.
Okay, those in favor of supporting reasons.
That's a weird name of it.
Any further discussion on the discussion? Seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Are we good with that, Clerk Harris?
Yes.
All right, so we're now on 5.
I thought we had done something so we don't have to keep redoing these.
2655 Main Street.
This is a bit of a unique one. We've done those in a few spots. On this one, we haven't because there are required setbacks to Main Street and other portions of the property.
Okay.
And so the blanket, we can't actually do it. Not all of the properties can do a sunroom, unfortunately, without amending the zoning agreement.
Okay, good enough.
That's why it comes up
I
every
move,
now
I
and then.
move support.
Okay. All in favor? Oh, sorry. You're the chair.
Those in favor?
Mark.
Those in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Report item 6, extension of time subdivision and rezoning 1419 Ralston.
How much time are they requesting? 2026, eh? January 2026.
Just a year from now.
This is the year. Why are they only asking a year? Do we know?
We do have Angie Savage in the meeting via Zoom.
Oh, she's here. Savage. Where is she?
Angie, I'm just asking you to unmute.
Oh, this is, what property? Who's this?
There she is.
Good morning. Happy New Year, everyone, and my apologies for attending on here. I'm just getting over a cold, so I'll keep my germs to myself.
Is this, Angie,
Yes.
just for clarification, is this, what's the name of the owner here?
What's the name of the
Yeah,
owner?
I have to declare a conflict, gentlemen. I just realized that.
Okay.
It's a former client. I was involved in it.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
Okay.
Very good question.
No worries.
Yep.
We'll need you back.
So why is this stressful?
We will need you right back though for the opening of the public hearing in the next 5 minutes. Eh? Like, we really need you. Yeah, right back. Hi, Angie.
Hi.
Maybe we're pretty confident that by giving them a 1-year extension, that they'll be able to start work. This was their request for the date. This wasn't just a standard like you get a year, then you have to come back. The applicant is quite confident they can get it started in this time frame.
Yes, that's correct. No, I'm quite sure that they will be completing this. It is McGowan Russell, so they are very familiar with the process. So I think 1 year is enough.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move support of the 1-year extension to January 26, 26.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We'll need to move into the public hearing right away, so if we could call Councillor Wypack.
Thanks, Travis.
Oh. Is that for Pegasus or for?
Oh, for Pegasus.
What do we need here for opening the hearings portion? Do I have to do the land acknowledgement again?
We are.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good, you're here. You're gonna have to wait now. All my friends did good.
Look at that.
I remember when Thomas was little, he'd say, next door neighbor, bigger boys, those are my friends. Right.
How old is Thomas now? You're right.
He's not too old yet to get a kick in the ass from his father, that's for sure.
He's 19.
No,
Are we ready to begin the public hearing?
It's got to be 18 years old.
Yeah, probably keep going.
Are we, here we go.
Let's rock and roll. I forgot about that.
Good morning and welcome to this regularly scheduled hearing of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee. This Monday, January 6, 2025. I'm this year's chair. Jason Schreier, City Councilor for the Elmwood East Kildonan Ward. We have with us as well Jeff Berwadi, City Councilor for the North Kildonan Ward, as well as Russ Wyatt, Councilor for the Transcona Ward. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Now, this is the hearings portion of the meeting, and we have with us as well Brendan Harris, Senior Committee Clerk from the Clerk's Department, as well as Dylan Chislin, Planner from the Planning, Property and Development Department, as well as Steve Nuttall, who is as well Planner from the Planning, Property and Development Department. And bringing us to the people, running our AV, is Travis Knight. And at this point, Clerk Harris, take it away.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it's your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be a part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a rezoning at 128 Pegwith Street under file DAZ 209/2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following items will also be heard at the same time. Namely, Item 2 is a variance at 128 Pegwith Street under file DAV 173862/2024D. Item 3 is a conditional use at 128 Pegwith Street under file DCU 173717/2024D. Please note additional communications were received in support of the matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition, and then those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. All participants have been muted and will only be able to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. I'll turn it over to the planner for a brief overview.
The property is located on the west side of Pegwith Street between Pegwith Drive and Almy Avenue in the Pegwith neighborhood of the Transcona ward. It is in an established neighborhood, recent community policy area of Complete Communities 2.0, and in a proposed residential mixed-use policy area of the Transcona West Area Structure Plan. It's approximately 22,300 square feet in area. The applicant has proposed rezoning the property to the C2 Commercial Community District for the construction of a car wash and convenience store building. As part of this proposal, variances and the conditional use are also required. The variances would enable reduced yards, reduced parking, reduced landscaping, and insufficient parking stall widths. The conditional use is needed to establish a car wash in the C2 district and to enable a drive-through that is not separated from a residential use by a building, a public lane, or a public street. The proposed development would be 29 feet in height, measured to the top of the parapet, have a 2-foot rear yard from the west property line, and have a 5-foot 4-inch setback between the vehicle queuing area and the north property line. It would also have a 6-foot 6-inch front yard setback to Pegwith Street. The proposed car wash would be abutting 2 residential lots that are currently occupied by single-family dwellings. The public service is concerned that car washes create noxious fumes, scents, and noise, and for this use to work well next to residential development, typically the site should be large enough to incorporate generous setbacks and buffering that can mitigate the adverse effects on surrounding properties. In this instance, the proposal will result in a car wash building, entry bays, and outdoor vehicle queuing spaces located 2 feet from the property line that is shared with an existing residential dwelling. So this lack of buffer space to a fairly intensive use creates concerns around the impact to the existing development. As a result, while a commercial rezoning of the property aligns with the policies of Complete Communities 2.0 and the Transcona West Area Structure Plan, the specific use does not. For these reasons, the public service is supportive of the rezoning application to commercial, but is recommending rejection of the associated conditional use and variances. 2 final things to note are our recommended conditions and comments from Public Works. So regarding the conditions, there is an existing zoning agreement that applies to this property. It was a condition of a previous application that rezoned the property to the RMFM, Residential Multifamily Medium District. The existing zoning agreement places 13 site-specific conditions on the development of the property. These range from a height cap, minimum yard dimensions, parking requirements, and several other conditions. They are all noted on page 10 of the administrative report for the present rezoning. I'm happy to go through them one by one if the committee wishes at the end. But given that a new application has been made, which would rezone the property from RMFM to C2, the Public Service has recommended discharging the existing zoning agreement and entering it into a new one. The recommended new zoning agreement includes 4 clauses. The first would be a requirement for plan approval be submitted to the Director of Planning, Property and Development and the East Kildonan and Transcona Community Committee. This is consistent with the existing zoning agreement. The second clause would be a requirement for a 20-foot landscape buffer to be maintained between any commercial uses and the north and east property lines that abut residential uses. This is similar to the existing zoning agreement and is intended to standardize the existing conditions, creating a 20-foot landscaped buffer between any commercial uses and residential development to the west and north. to mitigate the impacts of this commercial development in the absence of buffering such as a lane. The third condition does not permit digital signage, mobile signs, and A-board signs. This is consistent with the existing zoning agreement. And the fourth condition caps any building height at 36 feet, and this is consistent with the existing zoning agreement. That's it for the conditions. The final thing I'd like to mention are the items noted by Public Works, addressed on page 19 of the rezoning administrative report. Public Works noted they will require stop signs on the property to ensure vehicles stop prior to crossing the multi-use path, along with an entry prohibited sign to ensure motorists do not enter the most southerly proposed approach. They've also expressed concerns with the most southerly proposed approach and will likely require it be shifted a couple of meters south to enhance sightlines. These items can be addressed during the development permit and private approach application stages. And lastly, they'd like to inform that if vehicles queue from the car wash and block the existing multi-use path on the west side of Pegler Street, it does pose safety risks for the path users. To recap then, we are recommending approval of the rezoning application and rejection of both the conditional use and variance applications. That concludes my summary of the proposal. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilor White?
Confused. If you are recommending approval, but if you reject the conditional use and variance, are you not then denying it?
What we're saying is that this site is a commercial rezoning, very much supportable here.
Okay.
But the specific use that has been proposed, which requires a conditional use, so it's a site-specific consideration, we're not supportive of that. And we're saying that based on the site plans that we've seen, we are concerned that the car wash being 2 feet from the property line and some other issues we're not able to recommend support of.
But you're recommending a 20-foot setback still?
So as a condition of the rezoning, we would recommend the 20-foot landscape buffer between any commercial uses. So should they, depending on what the committee decides, if the committee decided to approve the car wash here and kept that 20-foot setback, the 20-foot setback would be designed to create buffer space between vehicles queuing and the existing residential space. If the committee chose not to support the car wash, the 20-foot setback would still be there to create a little bit of setback between the residential and commercial. So an example would be on Henderson, where there was a drive-through recently came through here. So a very similar thing. There's no rear lane between the residential and the park space and the property where the queuing is.
Right.
And so we recommended a landscape buffer in between the drive-through queuing and the property lines that abutted the residential development. Basically, just create space.
And in the event that landscape buffer were to be approved or be recommended by this committee, would then the department change its position in terms of being in favor of the conditional use and variance?
Well, we can't change our position now because it's a published report. So
Politicians do it all the time.
I'm not a politician. I'm not able to.
Okay, so
We would certainly if we could go back in time, we'd have another look at it, of course. But we can't change our recommendation at this point. It's published as.
okay. So I guess I'm in my 55th year, and it gives me a lot of perspective, and good and bad. I know we have had applications for car washes in many places around the city. I've seen it when I sat on the planning committee property development. I can think of one in my ward, which namely was on Pandora, right at downtown Transcona, backing onto residential properties on Melrose Avenue West, where the public service has been in favor in the past. Why is the public service opposed to this one when they were in favor of those? Just, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Mr. Chislin, but I really have to beg the question of why. Because if you're in favor of the rezoning, I get it. But if you're against the conditional use, you're basically saying don't approve the car wash. Yet we have had positive administrative recommendations, and I could find others that I'm aware of as well around the city. Back on residential.
Right. So just to clarify the question being, what's different about us not supporting this car wash versus other ones? I mean, To an extent, I can't speak to the other car washes that have
And I'm
been
open-minded on this
considered.
matter, one side or the other. I just want
Sure,
to
of
kind
course.
of, I'm challenging you.
Yeah, by all
Right,
means,
okay.
of course. The first caveat to note is I'm not familiar with the rezonings for these other car washes, so I can't wade that deeply into those. What I would say in this instance
That's
is there are absolutely examples of car washes abutting or adjacent to residential uses throughout the city. It's a case-by-case situation. Typically, we're looking for a little bit of separation between the two uses. The concern, again, being the fumes, the noise, and the scent that comes from idling vehicles and doors opening and closing on it. And our feeling was looking at this site plan, because there's a 2-foot separation between the car wash and the queuing space and the abutting residential lot. It's a very minimal separation distance, and we're nervous that this does actually then pose an adverse effect to that neighbor now or residential in future. And so our feeling here is that there's not enough mitigating measures to support the conditional use that would enable this. And the purpose of the conditional use is to say, potentially it's permitted, but we're going to take a closer look at it, and it's granted on a case-by-case basis. And so our feeling here is it probably doesn't.
Well, and my understanding is that this car wash is not to be an automated one. This is a wand wash. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And my understanding is that with wand washes, you have less outdoor beeping going on because the garage door just simply opens. You're not typing in a number like you do with these automated ones. Is that correct as well?
That's not something that I would be able to commit to. I think that would be a question for the
And I guess the one that another car wash that I know that was approved by Councillor Gervasi, subject to improvements that were made, was the Shell gas station in Corden Avenue on the south side, just on the other side of just before Arbuthnot, and if you're heading westbound on the south side of Corden, there's a Shell gas station there, automated with a backing on the homes. I think it's on Jesse, and they are, a wall was put up to ensure as well. I think the other thing that community committees have done is place operating hours to ensure that the operations do not go on through the night and everything. So, any thoughts on that?
Right. So the one in Corden, I believe that there is a rear lane that separates it from the existing, so that there's a built-in buffer space there. Regarding the hours,
Still put up a huge wall though.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that speaks to our consideration that the more mitigating factors between a somewhat intensive commercial use and existing residential, the better. And so the ability to have space plus a wall that will prevent sound from going across is a good thing from the view of the public service.
The department is aware as well. Sorry, finish what your thoughts were. Sorry.
No, of course. So that would be the first component there, and then you raise the consideration of limits on hours of operation, and that's absolutely something that you could include in a zoning agreement. Because we weren't recommending approval of the car wash, we didn't include a clause on hours of operation. But certainly, if that's something the committee wants to pursue, we can amend the zoning agreement to put that in there. It can be sometimes they can be a little bit challenging to administer, and sometimes businesses struggle with those. So it's something the committee to be aware of, but it can be included in the zoning agreement if you wish.
What can be included in the zoning agreement?
A clause around hours of operation. So limiting the time that the business can be.
What is the namely to the property to the north? What is the lot on Almy there? What is their depth?
So is the question, what is the depth of the north property?
Yeah.
Or west.
No, the one to the north, immediate north.
Oh, I see, yeah.
It's about 131 feet, give or take.
131 feet.
Or sorry, 137 feet.
137 feet. So just to make a note, so to compare apples to apples, you're asking for a 20-foot setback. However, the examples I gave, both on Corden Avenue and in Transcona on Pandora, those lots would be no more than 110 feet, plus then the lane. So we're really not comparing apples to apples, just put it on the record, right? I can guarantee you none of those lots in Old Fort Rouge or on Gordon Avenue there or downtown Transcona are 137 feet deep.
Right. The lots are likely different.
Yeah, they're a lot less, like by at least 20. So did the department not take that into consideration as well, in terms of the depth of the lots?
Well, we're more looking at the property in question, the property that's asking for a rezoning.
Yeah.
And that's asking for
that's
additional
right.
entitlements. And so we can't really factor in the development rights of the property to the north necessarily.
No, I'm not talking about their development rights. I'm talking about their quality of life. You're saying that, well, there should be a setback because the issue is that they could be impacted yet, and there's no lane there. However, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you, but even without the lane, they're at 137 feet deep when the other lots that we're probably talking about in downtown Transcona or Gordon Avenue are probably at most 110 feet.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. They are different lots.
So why did the department not take that into consideration as well?
Well, because by granting a substantially reduced yard setback, we are enabling the owner of 128 Peguis to build right up to the property line.
Yeah. But you're recommending that he not be able to do that.
Correct. Yeah.
But yet they're at 137 feet. I guess that's the question. I don't understand that part of the line. I mean, the other question I guess I have is that in November or in December, when did we have the big public hearing at council with the Councilor Waddy? When did we do that? The big malls and quarters?
Yeah, I think that's passed now, but it's
November.
approved.
No, I thought it was in December. Oh, November. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe it was November.
Yeah,
It's all
I
good.
think it was before. Yeah, I think Councilor Shires.
Yeah, I mean, we approved on the north side of Reindeers Avenue all the way down Helmy, backing onto the properties there 300 feet deep. You know, there was a blanket rezoning done across the city, which the public service supported, to allow for residential development on that site now, which they have height requirements, they have height minimums, but they also have the heights. There's a formula in place that allows how close they can be in terms of height to the back property line. However, it's pretty aggressive. I don't think any of the residents on Almy knew about it. I was the only member of council that voted against the public hearing. You know, but a lot of them are in the room today. This is why I'm saying this. So in light of that happening, which is the site just to the south of this site, all along the length of Omnia, it seems like when the city's making the application, it was good for the goose ain't good for the gander, as the old expression goes. So I'm wondering, why would the city say to their own application, yes, this should be approved to council. Council approves at a vote of basically 15-1, be the only one against it. And yet on this, the administration is saying, sorry, you can't have your car wash. But you can put up a 10-story building back on the homes on Elm.
Right. I mean, it's hard for me. I can't really weigh in on the PDO. I think is
I'm talking about it's not the PDO. It was a blanket rezoning. PDO had to be amended, but it was the malls and quarters rezoning that went across the city, up and down McPhillips, up and down Portage, up and down. Nobody in the public knows about it because it wasn't advertised properly. That's another story. But anyway, I'm just curious how that could be the case. But I have no other questions at this point. Councillor Schreier, as the chair, let's get into the hearing.
Okay, fair enough. Clerk Harris, take it away.
So at this time, I can call forward the
Thank you,
applicant.
Jim. Thank you.
Of course, anytime.
Jackie Wilkie is joining us online. Jackie, if you'd like to turn on your camera and microphone, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Wilkie. As you can hear, I am not feeling very well, so I apologize now for my voice, and if I suddenly start coughing uncontrollably, I apologize now. Just need to get my share going here. Apologies. So this is our presentation for the subdivision, the rezoning, the conditional use and the variances for the property at 128 Peguis. In the rezoning, the administration report advises to approve the rezoning with conditions. We are asking that the following conditions be deleted based on the presentation we are about to provide. Number one, that a 20-foot landscape buffer be installed and maintained between any commercial uses on the north and east property lines that abut the residential uses. And two, that digital signage, mobile signage, and A-board signs shall not be permitted.
I'm sorry, Jackie, just to jump in.
Sure.
Go back to that last slide.
Yes.
So you're wanting, okay, I understand the landscape buffer to be deleted.
Yes.
They're also wanting to be deleted the digital signage and mobile.
Then we would like to be able to have digital signage on a portion of the site. I'll explain the
mobile
location.
signs. You want mobile signs as well?
Sorry, what?
You're aware that this community committee has in the past been pretty consistent with regards to not allowing mobile signs on any commercial sites, even other sites around that we rezone.
We're more. It's more the digital signage that we're asking.
You're not hung up on the mobile. The mobile signs they blow in the wind. I've seen them blow.
And that's fine. It's more the digital signage than the mobile signage.
Okay. All right. I'm curious on where you're okay with it and where you're not. Okay.
Yeah. So part of the rezoning of the 20-foot landscape setback was to reduce impact on adjacent properties. As part of the process, the owner of 128 Peguis met with the adjacent landowners to discuss the proposed plan, and the owners did not have a concern with what is being proposed with the fencing that is proposed on the north and west sides of the property, as well the neighboring property that is the long portion of the longer portion of the site that meets up. That is used as a home business with that deals with maintenance of small engines and items such as that. It's a very large area, and none of the property is close to the building or to the house of that yard. The proposed plan has a 1.8 meter wide landscape area along the north property line that we'll show in a moment, with deciduous trees to help with that buffer. Having a 20-foot setback from the two property lines would create a condition where the site is not developable. As you can see here in the orange color, this is what a 20-foot setback would be. Within that area, we would not be able to have any parking or buildings, which means that the width of the property would no longer fit a building and parking on the site. It would remove the internal bays of the building and remove any of the queuing spaces that would be available on the site. Excuse me one moment. Apologies. The ban on digital signage is based on the character of the area being largely residential. We submit that this is not the case for the frontage on Peguis Street. While the lands directly opposite are multifamily, the south site has the access for the parking lot for the multifamily, and directly south is the proposed C4 site, and kitty corner is the Costco parking lot. We ask that any restriction to the sign be that it is on the south end of the site and screened from the residential to the north by the building. This is the plan we have right now, showing a bit of context with the access coming in on the north, the landscape area on the north side of the parking lot, and queuing spaces. The access for the building, for the entry to the bays, is in the middle of the building and is not right up against the site, so it does afford us a small area of green space behind the garbage enclosure. And the exit is out towards Peguis Street with an area that's indoor for doing vacuum and drying on the site. So none of the uses that for vacuuming that would cause a lot of noise are outside. They are inside the building itself.
I didn't hear
As discussed, the building is a 1.5 to 2-story building with a 29-foot height. The walls the building is to have a high quality, maintainable finish of concrete panel with a stone dash finish, and then lower with masonry. And also along the frontage on Peguis are as glazing so that there is visual penetrability into the wash bays, into the drying area, and into the convenience store as well.
you. Jackie,
Yes,
is that the final elevations? Are those the final elevations?
elevations that we have right now, they haven't been approved by committee as for plan approval yet. So this is where we are right now with
All right, because I don't like them. It looks like a Manitoba Public Insurance Claims Center.
It kind of does.
That's fair, and we can address those issues as we move forward in plan approval and have updates to the building.
Yeah, it looks very utilitarian. No. Anyway,
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Excuse me, sorry.
nothing wrong with Manitoba Public Insurance. I'm just saying.
It
That's
looks
all right.
more utilitarian than a car wash?
Let's not get into it, Cuss.
Wow.
I'm just saying it's not exactly.
It's not
It looks like a
yes,
government
understood.
installation, I guess is better.
As opposed to,
Anyway, all right.
Okay, so as well with the placement of the building as well, we have pedestrian level access to the convenience store, direct pedestrian connection onto the active transportation pathway along Peguis, with the wash bays having one entrance and one exit, and the door closing between users. So that will reduce the noise, detergent smell, and vacuuming noise, as it will all be contained within the building. On the conditional use and variances, administration report advises to reject both, based on it being not consistent with the plans, and does not have an intervening building, public lane, or street, and queuing lanes adjacent to the fence. We're presenting some case studies of indoor car washes adjacent to single-family and multifamily homes in Winnipeg, with larger capacities than what was proposed here, that have not reported issues affecting the community noted in the administration report that we know of. So first is Cloud Car Wash at 1677 St. Mary's Road. The building is within 10 feet of the south property line with no landscape buffering. The adjacent pathway is 10 feet wide from the backyard of the home, so it's not a back lane, but it's a pathway. The vehicles have multiple access points that cross the sidewalk on St. Mary's Road, and the site has not had complaints from the neighbors of cleaning smells in the area.
can you tell us about the height of the fence there? It looks like there's two
It's a wood screen fence. It's a 6-foot height wood screen fence.
What kind of fence?
Wood.
Wood.
6-foot height wood fence.
And it looks like there's two fences, because it looks like there's some sort of pedestrian laneway, or an
Yeah, that's the pedestrian walkway. So there's a wood fence along the what is the north side, so it's on the left side of the pathway, and then the development wood fence on the right side of that
And
pathway.
how tall is that one?
They're both 6 feet.
They're both 6 feet. Thank you.
Next is wash method at 680 St. Anne's Road. The building is within 5 feet of the west property line, backing directly onto residential lots. That's the one that has the pool in the backyard there, and does not have extensive landscaping in that area. Vehicles have multiple access points to the site across the sidewalk on St. Anne's Road. The site is a drive-through facility with extensive vehicle movements around the site, and then there are outdoor vacuum stalls along the building that face towards both the multifamily residential and the single-family residential. And a variance was granted for this site to have 11 parking spaces instead of 20. And our third one for this is Henry's Car Wash at 107 Pandora Avenue. This is at the corner of Day and Pandora. The queuing lines are directly adjacent to the existing single-family house on the east side with no landscape buffer and a 6-foot high wood screen fence. Vehicles have multiple access points that cross the sidewalk and the active transportation pathway on Pandora Avenue. The site has limited parking and 4 uses on the site. That's the Tim Hortons, the convenience store, the gas gas bar, and the car wash. That increases the amount of traffic. The site is also only 10 meters wider and 5 meters longer than the Peguis site. So this increases the traffic on the 2 approaches that go across the pedestrian section corridor. One of administration's reasons to reject the car wash use is that vehicle crossing of the active transportation pathway. The plan has an ingress-egress on the north end of the site and a south egress only that is angled outwards to allow for longer views along the pathways. Stop signs can definitely be added on the site for exiting to stop vehicles before they cross the pathway. Just as a summary, the building has 1 entry and 1 exit for all wash bays. Vacuum and drying stalls are interior to the building to reduce noise. The building is placed to the south of the site to give separation to residential on the north. Landscaping, the 6-foot wide, is provided on the north side of the site. A 2-meter high, 6.5-foot height wood fence is proposed on the north and east property lines. The neighborhood convenience store would support the community for daily needs, and the car wash would provide an affordable alternative for vehicle maintenance for people in the area.
Sorry,
For the variance.
Sorry, alternative to what?
Sorry,
You said alternative.
just that there are other car washes in the area, but they're quite a bit more. They're higher end, higher cost. To those, having it as a wand wash will be a more affordable alternative for then going to say one of the automated or the
Full service?
the other businesses in the area. The last portion of this is the proposed variances. Just as this is what we have been are asking for is the construction of a car wash with a north side yard of 5 feet, but we're giving 6 in the landscape area instead of 10 feet. Landscape yard adjacent to residential zoning district, a rear yard of 2 feet instead of the 25-foot, where we will have that 2-meter high wood screen fence. No building foundation landscaping along the building facade containing principal entry. That's because the entry for the convenience store is on the north side of the building to face the parking area, but there is direct pedestrian access to it, and we just don't have room for planting there. We're planting on the Peguis. And for the establishment of the parking area to permit a front yard of 6.5 feet instead of 10 feet, which would be fully landscaped with shrubs, and a parking stall width of 9.25 feet instead of 10 feet. That's for the stalls that are inside the building for the drying area. And that's the end of my presentation today.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
I know you're not feeling well, Jay. I won't drag this out long, but I guess my question is going back to the beginning of your presentation. You know, this property and the property owner probably has spent more in terms of you consultants and development fees to the city than any other property in the history of the city recently, with the rezonings that have had to go on the site. Now, take me back to why this proposal is better than the existing approved zoning in your mind and the hearings that took place there to allow for the 3-story building and whatnot. Residential. What's the benefits of going to this versus keeping what we have? And what downsides do you see to it potentially? Or concerns or safeguards that should be put in place?
For this site, the issue would come in with the separation distances and trying to gain sufficient space for the multifamily. There was also consultation with the direct neighbors about multifamily, and they were not in favor of having a tall building where people could look into their yards. They would much rather have something that is blocked off and walled off from their properties, so people are not coming towards their property or looking towards their property.
What was the height? What was the height? The height approved on the multiple family. What was the height?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there. I was coughing.
What was the height of the multiple family building that is approved for the site?
It was an RMFM, so we could have gone to a. I can't remember if it was a floor or six.
Didn't community committee put a minimum, a maximum height restriction?
Yeah, I think it's 4. I don't believe it was 3. I think it was 4.
4?
Just 1 second, I'm just pulling it
We're
up.
just double checking that.
Okay.
And did you have consultation in advance of this meeting with the residents that are mostly intact?
Yes, actually, the two of the presenters today will be talking about that.
Okay.
The owner, Zach, and Stan Jewett. Speaking about the outreach that was done to the community.
Okay.
There was a flyer campaign to let people know what was being proposed, and they could contact our office to get any further information, and also one-on-one meetings with the directly adjacent residences by the owner.
Okay. I'll wait for the planner.
36 feet.
36 feet, which is, that's like a 3-story building.
Yeah.
To the minimum that's to the middle of a roof of a house. A 2-story house. What's 36 feet? That's like a 2-story house.
Typically, yeah, we could get 3 stories, but.
So they would never be able
But
to.
they could go 3 stories if they don't have a pitched roof, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions right now. I'm sure I'll have some later. Take some cough medicine. Okay. Sorry to hear you're sick. Get well soon.
Thank you.
Take it easy. I don't have any question. Maybe somebody else does.
If there's no further questions,
Oh,
shall we move on?
sure, fair enough. Okay,
Next
any
up.
further questions? Seeing none, sure. Clerk Harris, let's move on.
So up next, registered in support, we have Stan Dewitt. And from what I understand, Stan is going to be presenting alongside Zacharias Warku. I apologize in advance for all mispronunciations today. I can help you get your presentation.
Sorry, Mr. Dewitt, and what is your name, sir? Zach?
Zacharias Warku.
I'm sorry?
Zacharias Warku.
I'm sorry?
Zacharias Warku.
Zacharias Warku.
That's my name, yes.
Okay, so
Mr. Dewitt, Mr. Warku?
I can jump in. We're sort of sharing our time here, if that's okay. So the developer is Zacharias Warku. There's the name if you want the spelling. Has been a respected member of the Winnipeg's business community for over 25 years. He's redeveloped and developed multiple commercial properties. He's a hands-on property developer and manager. He's invested in Winnipeg's struggling North End neighborhoods and other parts of the city as well. He's has been acknowledged by local neighborhood and housing associations, as well as city council, for his quality housing and respected property management work. He's always taken pride in his development activities. He's renovated and restored multiple derelict properties, and he lives with his wife and 3 children here in the city. In terms of the project history, it's already been alluded to a little bit, but I'll go through it. Purchased the property here back in 2015. He's had multiple attempts to rezone to multifamily, despite some significant community resistance, and that the currently successful rezone to multifamily to allow that 3-story, 20-unit residential development there is what would and could occur now. As part of that process, and I think, Councillor, you alluded to some of it, he's paid land dedication and $350,000 of additional servicing fees there. The development had proceeded all the way to the building permit application stage before
COVID construction pricing increased the construction cost by close to 50%, and it kind of derailed the project. In 2023, the project sort of switched gears, engaged in an earlier desire to develop that property into a car wash. We submitted a pre-application to the city in early 2024. We've attempted to address many of the public services concerns. We reduced the number of bays, reduced the size of the convenience store, the retail space. We've adjusted the rear exit, readjusted the entryway as well already. Created additional setbacks and landscaping, adjusted the location of the parking, the queuing, the street access, etc. So we've attempted to be very cognizant and responsive to the public services concerns as part of the pre-application process. We personally met with some of the immediate property owners, and Zacharias has met with the property owner immediately to the north as well. And our sense is that the immediate neighbors, much prefer this option to the current zoning for the 20-unit, 3-story residential development. Should also say that I'm not so. I think that when Jackie mentioned about the home business there, I don't know if that's. I think that's old information. We have no idea about that. So as part of this process, Jackie already alluded to this. There was a flyer that was distributed. I'm going to hand out a variety. Should I hand these out piecemeal, or do you want them?
Have these been submitted previously?
No, these are just like the zoning. This is just what I'm referring to now. There's actually 2 pages per. I should have done back. Okay. And then you can see the distribution area there that these 2,000 flyers were delivered to. So the vision, of course, a car wash with advanced technology to serve the needs of the community. Environmentally friendly, recycling of water, solar electricity, geothermal is the goal here. Unique free indoor hand drying bays, the parking in the back inside the building there. We wanted indoor because of the winter situation here in Winnipeg, winter climate. Heated floor. Zacharias is planning to be personally involved in the management of the business. As a family supported business, provide some job opportunities for his children potentially. He's a positive, wants to be, and this car wash to be a positive contributor to the business community in Transcona. For example, fundraising promotions with local community groups like the Scouts or Guides. Pay for if you sign up, you can pay for 9 washes and get the 10th one donated. The value directly to the local community association initiatives like that. So I'm going to go. Some of what I'm about to present here is a little bit overlapping with Jackie, but bear with me here. First of all, I'm sort of taking the zoning conditional use requirement at its word. It says that they need to be buffered by a building or a public lane. They talked about the noise or noxious fumes or something like that. It was the reference in the Public Services report. That's one of the reasons why we placed the building furthest south, away from the residential area. And it seems a little bit counterintuitive to me that the concern is that there's not enough buffering from the incoming queuing here when the buffer that's being proposed by the conditional use rules would be a public road or laneway, which to me is sort of the same as the cars here. Like, it would seem to me the buffering that you would want would be away from the building itself. And that to that note here, I'm noting, and these distances are obviously not legally measured. I'm using Google Maps for my measurements, so apologize if they're not exactly accurate. But the Costco parking lot, as was noted, is about 87 meters away. The Costco building is 220 meters away. But the building itself to the northern property line here is 26 meters. And then the building to the house to the north is actually 42 meters. So as I continue to present, I just would request that you remember that 42 meters being the distance from the building, the car wash building to the house to the north. So I'm looking here at 1701 Plessis Drive through Car Wash. The frontage is actually on Devonshire Drive. It was created in approximately 2000, 2001. I don't have a planner's report because Demas didn't go back that far. But you can see here that the house to the south is 20 meters away. The one to the east is 24, and to the northeast is 27. And the building distance, as I mentioned earlier, of the one we're proposing is 42. So it's about double. There's also no public lane buffering here, only walking paths separating the residential from the car wash area. And you can see there's no setback at all between the exit and the residential property to the west up here. So also to do with, and I don't know if you can, I could hand these out at the end if you want, but you can see it on the screen. Sorry. Do you want them all right now? Okay. So this is typical responses we've solicited from neighbors and neighboring residents near to car washes. This is from Adam Wedlake, who's happens to be a respected member of the basketball community here in Winnipeg.
Is this Ross Wedlake's son?
Yes, I believe so.
Is that right?
Yeah. He says he lives on Whiteway, which is the road
backing
onto
Meadows, yeah.
this car wash.
Father was
he says the wash was established approximately 20 years ago. Would contest that it's not created any undue negative impact on his quality of life due to noise or light. So the next one I wanted to touch on is the Whale Car Wash. This again is relatively old. I think older established because I couldn't find it in Demas. And we have but you can see here that this is only 28 meters. You can see the picture here where the entrance or exit from the car wash here is just directly across the street from the apartment building. Total of 28 meters, no public lane separating the car wash from the residential use. And we've got an email here from Joanne. It says she lives in 357, which is that apartment building, for 14 years. Parking lot faces the Whale Car Wash. Have not had any issues with this business venue, as long as people that use the car wash are respectful to the area tenants. But I support the new car wash at 28 Pigwas, and indicates that there's no particular issue. So this one at 1677 St. Mary's is the Cloud Car Wash. It was established in 2017. It has more bays than what we're proposing. And this one, Jackie...
Extension? Excuse me, sorry. Wish to move extension?
Give him one more minute.
One more
Okay,
minute?
I thought we were sort of combining time.
Yeah, that's a
We're
good
one
point.
more minute.
Okay.
We'll still continue to ask questions.
Okay.
I'll move an extension of 1 minute.
Okay. So this is one that was supported by the public service. The planner supported the
All
conditional
in
use.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. I was trying to use my time appropriately.
No. You won't make her time.
At 690 St. Anne's, Jackie already talked about this one, and you can see here that the house on the west side has only a 7-meter distance between the house and the car wash, whereas the one we're proposing is 42. And then on 107 Pandora, no rear yard. I think Jackie didn't mention it, but you can see that there's no setback at all between the west side, between the house and the development. And this one was recommended by the public service. Recommends approval, conditional use would be consistent with the plan, etc. It also crosses the active transportation. And we have a note here from the owner right behind it, only about 12.5 meters from the car wash building in support, saying that there's no issues at all. So here's the summary. The city has raised a number of points, but we can see numerous times where it talks about insufficient buffering, but all of these car washes didn't have the similar buffering required. The north side yard, we're looking for a reduction to 5 feet, but we have examples where the city actually supported no rear side yards at all away from a car wash.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, and then other letters of support here.
Your time is up, Stan.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I do have, I just kind of a summary of what I've been writing down as the issues that I'm hearing. Maybe I get you to see if there's any other issues I missed. We're not going to address the issues right now. I want to hear from the general public first, but fences versus, a fence versus the setback, the administration has asked. Hours of operation, signage, digital, and the hours thereof of the operation, and location of said digital sign. The Pegris Road access, and again, these are just general, they may or may not be issues, but just things I'm putting down on paper just to make sure everything's addressed properly here. Issue of, I believe there's no left-hand turn cut being provided for in Pegwis in the boulevard, is that correct? Into the site?
Talk to Jackie about that.
Yeah, but do you know?
Yeah, I think that was going to be.
Okay, well, I'm assuming that that's the case. I'll ask Guy, but I don't know. We need the planner to clarify that if we could. But I want to know, I'm concerned Almy Avenue and Pegwitz is not a controlled intersection, and whether or not we should have a U-turn ban there, only to allow U-turns at the controlled intersection, which is the next intersection up, which is not far. Landscaping, i.e. plan approval, which would have to come forward. I see on the site that there is not just a car wash, but a convenience store. I'm assuming that there will be different operating hours, namely that the convenience store, if it chooses, could be 24 hours versus a car wash, which would not be. I'm curious to, I guess, get some input from the applicant or feedback on that. Garbage and garbage receptacles, and also vacuums on the site where they would be placed, and so on and so forth. So those are the issues that I've identified. Are there any other issues that you know of that should be on the agenda here? No? Okay. That we should be talking about? All right.
We have the facade was just the initial.
Yeah, no, that speaks to the plan approval, which would have to come back here anyway.
Sure.
So I'm not too worried about that as one of the other issues. Anyway, okay. I don't have any other questions right now for the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, what is it this time, Clerk Harris?
So we'll continue with those in support of the application. Up next, we have Judith Burham. Judith, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Good day. Please state your name, and you've got 10 minutes.
My name is Judith Burham. I live at 514 Almy Avenue. And we share a property line for 240 feet on the west side of the property that's being rezoned. And I think some of our questions have been answered. As far as the water, it's to be recycled. It's not to come on to Almy Avenue property. And while we're talking about water, another thing that needs to be addressed is the drainage. Ever since Pegwis Street was established, the drainage We get flooded, and I know the two properties west of us both get flooded ever since
What's your address again, Judith?
514 Elmy.
Okay, that's what I wrote down, okay.
Okay, so, and another issue was snow accumulation. So I spoke to Ms. Wilkie about that, and she said it would be stored on site, so removed from the site.
Yeah, there's not much room there for storage anyway, okay.
So, and the other
Storage of what,
issue,
sorry?
No,
Snow.
no storage that would have to be removed from the site, because we wouldn't want snow drifting over the fence. Also, we are in favor of a car wash opposed to a apartment block. So, and the other issue that we have would be hours of operation. Mr. Wark, who has assured us that it will be within business hours and it will not be a 24-hour service. But my concern is if Mr. Warku was to ever sell the business, we would like some sort of bylaw in place that a new owner would not make it a 24-hour service. And we understand Mr. Warku has been trying to put something on this property for a long time, even though we like it the way it is, and the cat loves to hunt there too, but we understand it can't stay vacant forever. So our preference is a car wash to an apartment block.
well, thanks, Judy, for coming, and yeah, I guess I maybe per to your issue of the hours and how do we tie, I get the administration just to kind of think about that one in terms of suggestions for us when the time comes, if we do approve the, that it should be tied to the property versus the person. Therefore, if it changes hands, to her point, Ms. Burns' point, if it changes hands, whether it be via a caveat on the title or something to that effect, so that the hours of operations cannot be changed in the event that it should change title in the future. That's I think a very good point. I grew up on Almy, 283 Almy, and we had a fort back here, which was in grade 6, and I don't know if you remember, but in grade 6 we decided one day to burn wood ticks.
Oh dear.
And it started a grass fire, and thank God the wind was from the north and blew into there was an remember the auto record? There used to be an auto record where the
We've only been there 25 years.
There was an auto record where the Canadian Tire was, or is, and when the tires lit up, they had to shut down Regent Avenue. That was boys being boys, unfortunately. Okay, so that's a long time ago. Grade 6 or 5, actually. Anyway, okay, thanks, Judith. I appreciate that. And then,
did you want to know any of our reasons why we
yes,
prefer?
yes, absolutely.
Well, with the car wash and Mr. Warku saying that it'll be operating during business hours, there will be a time when there's no noise. With an apartment block, you've got noise 24 hours a day. You've got people overlooking you. We do talk to the people on their balconies at Perry Landings already.
Right.
We've had them come over and tell us that we're their entertainment.
Oh, come on.
No, it's true. And so this way, the car wash...
There's a thing called the TV. Anyway, okay.
So
yeah.
it's quite an intrusion where I don't think a car wash will be the intrusion that an apartment block would be.
Judy, has there been any discussion on hours? Like, you didn't mention any hours that in terms of what, 11 o'clock or what?
Well, I think
the car wash, 10 or 11 or
7 to 11.
7 to 11, okay.
Would be. I think the noise ban. You can't have noise before and can't have noise after.
Okay, okay. You're the first person to mention that, I think.
So I think that would be fair.
Okay.
It's quite an expansive time there.
What about the convenience store? Because sometimes residents like it if there's a convenience store in the neighborhood. Sometimes you got to pick up, I don't know,
I can't jump a 6-foot fence. I'd like that fence to be 8 or 10 feet high.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's something to do with height of fence.
I know there's restrictions on that too.
Okay, and what about, so that's the fence, but in terms of, let's say you have the convenience store is there, residents sometimes in the area like it if there's a convenience store that's after hours, but not the car wash. Now, what are your thoughts on that?
I've lived without one for 25 years. But
You managed
Mr.
to
Warku
survive.
told me there's no bread and milk. I don't know what they plan on stocking in the convenience store. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
you'd want diapers, bread, stuff you want if you forgot to get it during the day,
I
right?
don't
Yeah.
have any.
Okay.
It could be, there's an apartment block right across the street for anybody without a vehicle. It could be a good thing.
Right, yeah, I can't think of one really nearby, actually.
there isn't.
No, there isn't, no.
Convenience store?
Yeah, the nearest one would be 7-Eleven down at the Regent Plessis, I think. eh? Or maybe the other, where's the? eh?
Convenience
Or
store.
off Pegwitz, you'd have to go off Pegwitz, there's that one over on Concordia.
You have to get to Regent.
Yeah, okay.
Did they take away the Canadian Tire gas
Plessis?
station?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Plessis Regent, yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Yes, we
Thank
need
you,
it.
and,
Plus, that's going
I want to mention to all the residents here today, and this is residents only, not the applicant, that my office will pay for your parking. I've requested the clerks to cover parking. I know you're parking downtown. So please submit to my executive assistant, bsalin@winnipeg.ca. Take a picture of it, send it to him, email bsalin, SALYN, @winnipeg.ca. Cover your parking. The residents only, not the applicant or their consultants. Okay, and just be wary of the parking down here. They
That's
will
why
tow
we
you.
lost 3 people.
I know, they will tow you. So, okay, anyway, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next, in support of the application is Stan Burham.
Stan Burham was one of the 3 that left because of the parking.
Okay, good to know.
Up next, we have Addis Bazivi. I
Before we get into further delegations, I'm cognizant, I guess, of longtime residents who might want to speak, but we need to break for lunch sooner or later. What are the thoughts of the committee?
We either go down or one more. We should probably take an hour and take what, 45?
Yeah, sure. Keep it going. What are your
Keep it
thoughts?
shorter.
What are your thoughts, Mr.
I'm
Chairperson?
amenable to the committee and
Okay.
Yeah,
preference
it's
of-
not for everybody to go straight through, but staff and everybody. But
Okay.
is 45 enough for you guys, or? Okay.
Okay.
You guys?
Maybe one more delegation then before
Sure.
we break. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, also in support of the application, Addis Baziva. I apologize for mispronouncing that. No worries. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation after you state your name.
My name is Addis Bazape, and I live in 46 Leonard Shakespeare Bay. I've been living in the city here for 12 years. Before I start my statement in support, if I was allowed, I really appreciate it, and I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you for the councillor who was just challenging the planning department, and he was just mentioning about the the buffer or infusion, how it should be, and the planning department was just mentioning on some of the car wash in the city, they were approved compared to what Zakaria is trying to put or develop that area. And it was mentioned by the planning department, they just can't say anything about what is existing approvals. And I just want to mention, like, the planning department should not have a double standard. That's what I felt. It's just my comment. But I just want to mention about my statement on support of Mr. Zacharias. I'm writing to express my full support for a rezoning and variance application to develop the land into the car wash facility. This project represents more than just establishment of the business. It is a testament to the hard work, resilience, and determination of visible minorities, entrepreneurs who is striving to contribute positively to the city of Winnipeg. The applicant, Mr. Zacharias, is an inspiring example of how dedication and persistence can be transformed dreams into reality. By embarking on this venture, he is not only aiming to create a visible business, but also serves as a role model for fellow immigrants and refugees in our community. His story challenges the notion of learning helplessness, encouraging others to break barriers, work hard, and become productive members of our Winnipeg society. This project will not only create employment opportunity, but also provide a valuable service to the community, fostering economic growth in our city and developing in Winnipeg. Furthermore, showcases the success of minority-led initiatives, promotes diversity and inclusion, strengthening the social fabric of our city and encouraging others, visible minority, to pursue their ambition confidently. Approving this rezone and variances request will send a strong message of support for entrepreneurs' effort within our diverse community. It will highlight Winnipeg as a city that values inclusive progress and potential for all residents. Thank you for considering this application, and I urge you to approve it to support both economic and social development for our community. Thank you.
Mr. White?
I thank you very much for your well thought out presentation, and I only have one question. It's a very important question that has been with me for most of the morning, and I just want to, and you don't have to answer this right away if you don't want to, or think about it, or what have you, or don't answer it. Okay. And that is, would Haile Selassie have supported this car wash? I'm just having some fun. I wanted to know that, but anyway, that's for those in the room. He's a legend from Ethiopia. But anyway, all right. I don't have any other questions.
You know what? I would gladly answer this question. I think he exactly mentioned Haile Selassie on his leadership at some point when he is just facing this type of challenges, and he just mentioned to most of the leaders as. You know what, some of the stuff that he mentioned is just, I think it might be related to these notions. He just told them, you know what, you got to consider for some of the leaders to make the decision based on the fact that it was happening on that moment, considering the situation when they are deciding. It just happens also to individuals that was not currently happen to them. So some of the decisions are very important. This is what I see from the beginning also. The way I mentioned, I think approving this, it will help many immigrants to follow these leads.
Yeah, just for residents who may not be aware, he was one of the leaders of Ethiopia, and who, at a time that was kind of a dark time in much of that area of the world, he was a bit of a beacon. Anyway, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir. I'll move that we break for the 45 and be back in time so we can hear others. And again, I want to stress that residents to watch out about your car, and that I'll be happy to cover. B. Salin at winnipeg.ca. BSALYN at winnipeg.ca. Another advertisement.
So, Winnipeg spelled in full.
There you go. Yeah.
Great. So we'll take a break till 12:50.
Sure.
Welcome back to the hearing portion of the committee of the East Kildonan Transcona Community Committee. We are still in the hearing regarding, what is the address here again?
This is 128 Peguis.
128 Peguis. And who's up to speak at this point? Clerk Harris?
So up next in support of the application, we have Tonina Pollock. If you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Okay, my name is Tonina Pollock, and I am in support of the entire application. I am the daughter of the property owner 2 doors down from 128 Peguis. And I'm just going to reiterate what Judy said already, that my mother is in support of this project, with a couple of points to make. One, in terms of rezoning to the C2, we would like to see a complete restriction of the operating hours between 7 and 11, I think is what Judy said. And also, if there's some way to ensure that the grading is such that it doesn't affect our properties, because as Judy mentioned, there's been flooding ever since Peguis has gone in. Also, when there's been a lot of comments around the fumes, noise, and scents that come from a car wash, and if you're living in that area, you're already used to the sense of the maple leaf plant. You've got the mushroom plant that's always notable in that area. And the fumes, it's a major thoroughfare. There's an emergency way, there's bus routes, so there's vehicles there all the time anyway. And in terms of noise, as Judy mentioned, if you put a residence in there, there's a potential for 24-hour noise. This way, if you can enact a restriction for the operating hours, that would address that. And so we support Mr. Warku in the building of a car wash on that property with all the variances as noted, including the 2 feet barrier or distance between Stan and Judy's property and the building. If there is a concern for safety, the addition of bollards to prevent a vehicle from driving through the fence would be an option, but you've seen instances where other car washes do not have that. So, and in terms of the history of this property, yes, we have had some very strong opinions as to what goes in there, but in this case, we want to note our support of Mr. Warku's proposals, and we wish, we'd like to show our wish for Mr. Warku to succeed with the property, and a car wash would do that.
Thank you, Ms. Pollock. Thanks for your presentation on behalf of your mother you're speaking.
Yes.
What is your mother's full name again?
Rosina Gaudio.
Oh, yes, Miss Gallio. Okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Grew up on the street. So, just a quick question. What's Gallio's address? I know the house, but I'm just trying to figure out the address.
506 Elmy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Were you raised there as well?
Yes. I don't remember the fire.
Okay. You remember the fire?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't?
And I'm older than you, so.
Yeah, well, it was, the funny thing about it, we all thought we were, that was it, And, of course, we were all bragging about it on the school bus, going to school on Monday. But so anyway, thanks. Nice to see you again. Yeah.
Okay, up next in support of the application is, I apologize in advance, Mustafa Ebro, joining us over Zoom. Just asking you to turn on your video and unmute your microphone, and you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
Thank you, the councillor, city planner, and honored guests for coming here. My name is Mustafa Ibro. I'm a nurse by profession. I am Transcona resident. I live at 24 Peter Sosiak Bay, Winnipeg, Manitoba. I am here in support of Zacharias Workforce project. I just want to give a little bit of background about who Zacharias is. I met Zacharias about 20 years ago when I was a brand new immigrant in Winnipeg, shivering outside Dearlong Center when I used to work as a nursing assistant. Zacharias and his wife stopped for me and picked me up out of the storm. And ever since we were friends, Zacharias saw potential in me, and he supported me from nursing assistance all the way until I did my master's degree in nursing. Currently, I am working as a facility patient care manager at Sun Creek Mental Health. Thank you, Zacharias. for helping me, for believing in me. I'm not here to brag about my academic achievement. I am here to showcase what kind of a person Zacharias is. Zacharias is not only a businessman, he is a philanthropist for our community. He supports students that is in school. He supports people who have been struggling, newcomers. So supporting business that runs by people like Zacharias is showing that there is hope for visible minorities. As my brother Adis alluded earlier, my son is in University of Winnipeg doing business. So having a business run by the person like him will assure him one day my son also can have his own business. My point here is Zacharias struggled through his venture as entrepreneur, but he never gave up. Even in this project, in this piece of land, Zacharias went through ups and downs several times, as the councillors and city planners are aware. This is the second time I'm coming to City Council to support him with his project. As a Transcona resident, Councillor White earlier mentioned, there are similar projects with higher impact. For example, the gas station and car wash on Pandora Avenue and Day Street is more closer to the street and residential neighborhood in there. The same is true for the one on Palaces and across the Tim Horton. So there are several projects that was approved by city planners, and all we are asking is for fairness and consistency in how to approve and when to deny the, similar project within our city. I am in the middle of work. I took half day off to attend this meeting, and I have to really get going, and I greatly appreciate it for giving me the opportunity to attend, and I wish all the best for my brother, Zacharias Worku, and the city of Winnipeg. Thank you so much.
I must say, excellent reception, both audio and sound-wise, coming from your car. That's great. Councillor Wyatt.
Excuse me, I didn't get your name again. I didn't hear your name.
My name is Mustafa Ibro.
Mustafa, how do you spell your last name, Mustafa?
E as in Edward, B as in Bob, R as in Robert, O as in Oscar. Ebro.
Okay, great. And you're calling us live from Selkirk, Manitoba?
Right now I'm heading there. Once my time gets, I'm off the street talking to you.
I was aware of Mr. Worko's work in the inner city thanks to Sal Burrows, who he worked a lot with, but I wasn't aware of the work that he has done in terms of New Canadians coming. So I really appreciate you sharing your personal story there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for making time.
I appreciate it.
I don't have any other questions. Okay. What is your address, sir? Your home address?
I live at 24 Peter Sosiak Bay, Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Okay, sounds good. Right around the corner from work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also in support of the application, we have John Van Leeuwen. All right, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
I'm John Van Leeuwen. I'm the architect for the project, and I'd just like to say that I'm here to support this project. Zachary Worku has been a long-standing client of ours, and we're always happy to work with him. We look forward to working with you on this project in terms of developing the aesthetic and in terms of a couple of the key principles that we want to maintain is the transparency to the street, some of those windows onto the street, so that there's some activity on that pedestrian parkway, and we want to maintain a durable, long-lasting building that will be that won't become an eyesore in a short period of time. So that's all I'd like to say.
John, you're the architect also on record for the multifamily too, I recall.
That's correct.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Good to see you again. And Yeah, and by the way, no offense in terms of the,
No,
please,
none
I
taken.
didn't mean to, I know, but no, I appreciate the work that you do, and I know you've done a lot of good work throughout the city, and so I'm very confident and happy to hear that you're still the architect. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
I like the facade, by the way. I think
There's lots of working on wood too, right?
There you go.
Thanks, John, good to see you, Happy New Year.
Okay, up next in support of the application, we have Susie Hailstone. Okay.
Where does Susie live?
She actually lives in Baconia.
She lives where?
Baconia?
Oh, she's in Begonia. Okay, so she was here, why?
In support of our mother.
Oh, right, of course.
She took my mother home, so.
Okay, great, that's fantastic, okay.
So you didn't want to speak today? Okay.
Thanks.
Up next in support of the application, Rosina Gaudio. Okay. Up next in support, Dawit Nue. I am likely mispronouncing that. D-A-W-I-T. If you'd like to come forward. Okay.
And what was the name again? Sorry, say it slower. Delwith?
Yes.
And your last name?
Uneway.
Okay, thank you. And what's your address?
102 Golden Boy Lane.
Golden Boy Lane, okay. So you're right in the neighborhood as well. Okay.
Up next in support of the application, I believe it's Daniel Sig. Would you like to speak? Okay.
Daniel Singh? How do you spell it?
T-S-I-G-E.
T-S? G-E. And what's your address?
17 Avoco Drive.
33? 73.
Avoco Drive. 70 Avoco Drive.
Okay, Avoco Drive, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And in Councillor Schreier's ward. Okay.
Okay. Up next in support, Bettelheim Ebegaz.
Yeah.
Would you like? Okay.
Good to see you again.
Also in support of the application, Johannes Angita. Johannes, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Can you spell your name? Johannes?
Yeah, Y-O-H-A-N-N-E-S.
And last name?
E-N-G-I-D-A.
E-N?
G-I.
Yeah.
D-A.
Okay, and your address?
36 Gullis Bay.
Gullis Bay?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you're right. Up plus Pegwis.
Yes.
In Harborview South Phase 2. Okay.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity that I can come and support Mr. Zacharias. My name is Johannes Ngida, and I reside at 36 Gullis Bay since 2012. I am also a pastor at House of Covenant International Church. So I'm here to express my support for proposed coin-operated car wash project at 128 Pegwas Street. Our area is one of the fastest developing communities with a unique blend of residential and commercial spaces. Car wash on Pegwas Street would not only add convenience for residents, but also enhance the overall appeal and functionality of our neighborhood. I would like to kindly request the city and the elected councillors in this area to support this project. Your backing will not help to bring this valuable service to our community, but also foster further development in our neighborhood. And I thank you for considering this initiative, and I look forward seeing how it contributes to our community of Gross.
You're a minister in a church, you said?
Yes.
What's the name of the church?
House of Covenant International Church.
House of Covenant?
Yeah, Covenant International Church.
Where is that located?
We used to be located at 1410 Main Street, but unfortunately, September 14, we had an arson attack, and our church has burned down. So
You had a what attack?
Yeah, arson attack.
Arson attack.
Yes. So we
Okay.
are just moving from one address to the other right now since September.
And where are you operating out of now?
Right now at 139 Smith Street.
Oh, yeah, sorry to
The
hear
meeting
that.
place, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a man of God.
Yes, I'm praying for you guys to have a good decision. We always
We need all the help we can get.
have to pray for counselors and
Thank you.
officials. Yes.
We appreciate your prayers, Johannes. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
You have a nice day.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, up next in support of the application is Mogus Waldemedhin. Okay.
And sorry, your name, sir? Mogus, M-O-G?
M-O-G-E-S.
E-S? And your last name?
W-O-L-E.
W-O-L-E. And what's your address? 38?
Dr. David?
Oh, Dr. David Marsh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your neighbor's with my sister.
Oh.
They're at 70, Dr. David.
You know Dr. David Marsh? No, good. No, I'm just kidding. No, he's a good man. He's a good man. He's a good man. David will get back to me on that one for sure. His wife Helen is even better. Anyway, yeah.
Okay. Also registered in support, we have Tefera M. Asfa. I have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name.
What's the address, Mr. Clerk?
That is for 58 Larry Vicker.
58 Larry Vicker, also in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, it's my first time just to face such committee, and pardon me if any mistakes I made. I'm here just to support the proposal given by our brother Zacharias. My name is Tefera Matthias Asfa, who live in Transcona area since 2016, and I'm here in Winnipeg since 2001. I've been 23 years almost now. My address is 58 Lady Vicar Drive West. I'm here today to support Mr. Zacharias' proposal, which is a car wash in our area, and I heard there is a convenience store besides as well, which is great. I have known Mr. Zacharias for a long time, and I have personally encouraged him to do more in our community and make a difference in the lives of people. He's affiliated with many businesses that I know, and he has committed to delivering above and beyond service to the city. Along with my personal interaction with Mr. Zacharias, I have also witnessed his external capabilities in regard to achieving new initiatives and fulfilling any objectives in his life. I strongly believe that Mr. Zacharias can achieve the objective of his proposal. As a result, my community and I would see great value from his project. Since Mr. Zacharias has always gone beyond our expectations, I strongly encourage you to consider his idea with favor. Thank you for your consideration. And God bless you.
Thank you for your. Where do you've been at? Please, you've been at if you don't mind.
Yeah.
You've been in the neighborhood since when? When did you move?
2016.
2016. Okay. Where were you before that?
I was in Red Oak Drive, and I used to run a business convenience store at Monroe and Panet with my partner, Mr. David. He's here as well.
Monroe and Panet. Okay.
Emily's Convenience Store. We have been running that business for 10 years. I think that is the closest convenience store probably for the car wash that's in our community.
And,
so
yeah, it might be. Yeah. And so, and originally you hail from where?
I'm originally from Ethiopia.
Okay.
And I came here 2001 on May.
Okay.
Since then, our community is growing, I think, especially where we live. I was the only person probably in a residence since I built the house there. Within 2 years, it's almost that area is full right now. So our community needs that car wash, especially right now. I'm running a taxi, and I go to car wash every day. And sometimes I just, because of the car wash are so full everywhere, and this is much convenient to me to go every day to this car wash. So I really encourage you guys to support this proposal.
I've never been to East Africa. I volunteered in my early 20s in Southern Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, in Swaziland. Eswatini it's called now.
I donated to that trip.
Yeah, and I was fascinated here in the last election, knocking on doors, specifically in West Transcona, but other parts of Transcona too. How many people of African descent have chosen to live in the area? You strike me as a very practical kind of man. Can you explain to me why is so many communities of different backgrounds, East Africa, West Africa, chosen this area to live in? Why is that?
Well, especially East Kelowna it's much affordable houses, and especially when you are first comers to buy a first house, it's much cheaper than other areas, just relatively a decent area. So I was in Red Rock, first house that I bought, and then I just moved to the new area here since 2016.
So affordability was a big part of it.
Exactly.
And I guess it makes a difference too once one family comes in, other families know each other. And
yeah, we all help each other.
Yes. Yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah. No, I think it's wonderful. So thank you very much, sir, for coming, and Mr. Aspen, thank you very much for speaking.
Okay, that concludes those who had pre-registered to speak in support of the application. Just to confirm, is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of the application? Seeing none, is there anyone here in opposition to the application? Seeing none, and is there anyone here for information on the application? Seeing none, at this time we can go through questions for the administration.
All right, questions for the administration, fellow councillors.
The only questions I have are what kind of conditions does the administration wish to see in the event that this is approved?
I would say the conditions that we put forward in the zoning agreement would be our preferred ones. Okay. The recommended conditions, so that is the buffer, the landscape buffer between the car wash use or commercial uses and the abutting residential, which, to be clear, is a fairly consistent condition. We did do that with, or recommended that condition with the car wash on St. Anne's as well. The plan approval as well is recommended. The applicant noted that they wanted digital signage. I'm not sure where the committee falls on that one. Of course, our recommended condition was no digital signage, mobile signs.
What's the definition of digital signage these days? Because it's changed so much lately, the type of signage.
Fair question. I'll pull up the exact definition from the zoning bylaw.
And is it still subject to conditional use? Because it used to be the Board of Adjustment would hear digital signage all the time.
Yeah, I believe if it's accessory to this, it should be permitted. I'm not...
Okay. It's permitted?
So I'm just having a look through the zoning bylaw. I might just need one moment here. So there's multiple definitions for it. There's multiple definitions depending on the type of sign. So there's digital moving copy, means a sign with copy displayed utilizing electronic screens, televisions, computer video monitors, liquid crystal displays, light emitting diode displays, or any other electronic technology where the sign copy is not fixed for a set period of time. There are digital reader boards, which means a changeable copy sign that uses light-emitting diodes. Messages are composed of an ordered sequence of alphanumeric characters on a black or dark background. Digital static copy means a sign with copy displayed utilizing electronic screens, televisions, computer video monitors, liquid crystal displays, light-emitting diode displays, or any other electronic technology where all the signed copy is fixed for a set period of time. And then lastly, digital static copy, 24-hour hold, means a sign with copy displayed utilizing electronic screens, televisions, computer video monitors, liquid crystal displays, light-emitting diode displays, or any other electronic technology where the signed copy is fixed for 24 hours through the use of a factory preset that is not adjustable to the user and cannot be altered without the assistance of the manufacturer.
And have we in the past placed restrictions on digital signage so that it does not allow third-party advertising, that it is for the sole purpose of the business?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I
know the answer to the question. I never asked a question that I don't know the answer to, so the answer is yes. Just so you know. But anyway, I just wanted to.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have done it before. So, in terms of the square footage of the facade of the sign, digital sign, is there any way and location in terms of this? Any guidance that the administration can provide us on that?
If the committee is interested in supporting what the applicant has asked for, which is to enable a digital sign, I think some sort of a height cap is really important.
Okay.
In terms of the square footage of the sign, that's a hard one because our recommendation is just not to support it. I realize that the business owner, I would assume that they feel that they need the sign to display their business, and so in terms of the size of it, I can't really speak to what they would want, as our recommendation is just to.
Is there not a formula though when it comes to, let's say, their land versus the sign? Like I'm thinking, for example, a sign that was approved in front of Vicar Community Chef. I mean, it's a fairly significant large sign, but they got a huge property on Regent. I mean, versus a property of this size and scale. I look at the example of the digital sign that was approved on Pandora for Ram Auto Body, like something to that. Is there any kind of formula in terms of that?
Not that I'm aware of. There is a staff member who processes sign applications. They are away on holiday at the moment. I don't think that I'm not sure what the formula is, unfortunately.
Is there any kind of formula in terms of the main sign, if you know what I mean, for the car wash versus the digital sign that would be below? Right.
I don't know the answer to that.
Is that something that we can control through plan approval?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a plan approval on here, it needs to show signage, and that is part of one of the recommended conditions, that all signage be shown, and so you have a chance to review it when it comes forward to the community committee.
So we can address the issues of the height, the size, i.e. the square footage, frontage, and as well, I guess, the type of digital sign. The type being, is it a static one, or is it flashing, or how often does it flash?
Right.
And the issue as well of banning third-party use.
Right. And if the committee intends to enable some sort of digital sign, I would recommend just removing the lack of permissions for signs that we've recommended in the zoning agreement, to remove that, unless you have different positions on the mobile signs.
Well, no, the mobile signs would be an outright ban, I think. I mean, that would be, I don't know. I'll hear what the applicant has to say about that, but anyway. Any other things that you want to see?
I have a couple of issues that were mentioned, hopefully that are not forgotten.
Yes.
For the rest of the process. One being the grading, the concern over flooding onto the other property, and if that can be, to what extent, if at all, that can be.
You know what, I really thank you for raising that, Councilor Travis. I was going to mention that when the delegate was up speaking.
Okay.
The one thing just to stress on that one is that the city of Winnipeg now has a lock rating bylaw that wasn't in effect for many years. It came into effect after we had those heavy rains in the late 80s. And so a lot of the homes that you see built, for example, in the 60s and 70s or what have you, there was no lock rating bylaw, which, you know, you go into older neighborhoods, 50-foot lots, neighbors are fighting each other, they're fighting between each other because there was no standard on how to drain the land. Now we have a lock rating bylaw. So any development that happens, basically the rule of thumb is they can't be allowed to do a development that floods a neighbor. they have to be able to contain the water on their property or access the city drain. And it has to be graded accordingly. And the lot grading bylaw assures that. So in terms of that being an issue, it's really not an issue anymore because council passed that lot grading bylaw, I think, back in 1989 or something like that. So I just wanted to let everybody know that.
Another issue is whether there's already types of zoning for this in terms of time restriction of operation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, hours of operation, that's a good one. That's the one I have on my list as well, yeah.
Right. I mean, I have a general condition that I can put forward, but it would be up to the committee in terms of what hours they want to restrict it to. We have recommended a zoning agreement with the plan approval and other clauses underneath it. So the committee could either put the condition for hours of operation within the zoning agreement, or they could attach it as a condition of approval for the conditional use. I would suggest probably putting it with the conditional use, because that way it just tracks the car wash rather than affecting other uses on the property.
One of the delegates mentioned.
But you could specify it just for the car wash in the zoning agreement as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could.
Okay. And the benefit of having it in the zoning agreement versus, or the pros and cons versus just, I don't know, on the conditional use, what would they be?
If it's in the zoning agreement, it will travel with the land in perpetuity.
Okay.
If it's in the conditional use, the conditional use is required to establish the car wash, so it's going to apply so long as there's a car wash there. Should the car wash be removed and there's a different business that goes in, it wouldn't necessarily apply.
What are your thoughts on the 7-Eleven for the car wash that we heard from residents?
7-Eleven or
7 a.m. to 11 p.m. I'm assuming that's what 7-Eleven means, not 7 a.m. to 11 a.m.
It doesn't mean that. It started off meaning 7 days a week, 11 hours a day. That's how it started.
Ah, okay.
If there's a sound attenuation wall, and if the neighboring properties don't appear to be that concerned about the proposal, then the abutting residential sites, then we are certainly less concerned by the idea of a car wash here. In terms of regulating the hours of operation, I don't know if I can offer anything of great value, because obviously it's the business owner having to make a decision on whether or not those hours are amenable to them and whether or not residents are comfortable with that. We've applied various hours of operation restrictions to different sites across the city at different points, and there's not necessarily it's case by case in this circumstance.
And if we're silent, for example, on the hours of operation of the convenience store, does that mean that they could be 24 hours in a sense?
Yes.
So it's only when we restrict something that's where the restriction kicks in. Otherwise, it can be 24 hours.
I believe so, yeah.
We believe so, or we know?
I'm not 100% sure. So
Because I can't believe. I gotta know. Should we make decisions?
In this case, it's not a matter of faith.
Yeah.
I'd just like to check that one with a colleague. I found a couple of clauses in the
Sure.
okay,
let's carry on. What about the fence? You mentioned the fence. What is being proposed right now for the fence?
I'll double check that. The maximum height allowed by the zoning bylaw is 6.5 feet.
6.5 feet?
That's right.
Okay.
I don't know what they've proposed. You could convey to them in this meeting that you expect it to be 6.5 feet.
How many?
6.5 feet.
As well, so it's consistent with the bylaw.
No, sorry, I'm saying that you can convey to them in this meeting that when it comes forward to plan approval, that the expectation is that it be 6.5 feet. I don't believe we could require it to be more than that through this because it would trigger a variance.
And what type of materials or what type of fence would you see?
We typically have just described it as a sound attenuation fence, and it leaves it open to the owner. So often it's concrete. Sometimes it's a mixture of concrete with a little landscaping. I believe there are examples of wood, but I'm not especially familiar.
The example they gave of the former Husky, which is now a co-op Plessy, at Devonshire, is a combination of concrete and wood. The concrete pillar is a good fence, I believe. After the check. I was on a crew years ago. Went from memory. Okay. Well, I'd like to know your thoughts on that too, Dylan, in terms of what kind of fence requirements would be there. Again, that's plan approval, but still, I guess we could specify that in the zoning agreement if we want to make it a little tighter. What about the issue of the U-turn? Is there any issue turning back from Public Works on this stuff?
Those would be handled through separate permits that would have to be submitted to Public Works. And just to be clear, the concerns that Public Works had raised are not related to approval or rejection of the application. They just wanted to make sure that those are somewhere in the report so that the applicant understands that there are possible design considerations that have to take place on the property.
What are the concerns Public Works has raised?
Just let me pull that back up.
That needs to be addressed, ideally.
So the Public Works has concerns with the location of the most southerly proposed approach with respect to the proposed building and existing path. Public Works recommends shifting the most southerly proposed approach a couple of meters south to enhance sight lines of the path when exiting the southerly approach due to the proximity of the building to the property line. The developer will be required to install and maintain stop signs on private property to ensure vehicles stop prior to crossing the multi-use path, as well as an entry prohibited sign to ensure motorists.
Sorry, repeat that last one.
As well as an entry prohibited sign to ensure motorists do not enter the most southerly proposed approach. And these items can be addressed during the development permit and private approach application stages.
Is that all?
And then generally, Public Works would like to inform that if vehicles queue from the car wash and block the existing multi-use path on the west side of Pegworth Street, it does pose safety risks for the path's users.
Can we get a print copy of that list?
Yeah, like you want one right now?
Yeah. Well, before we deal with the matter, yeah.
Is it in it?
I couldn't see it.
It's on page 13 of the DAZ.
Page 15?
13 of the DAZ.
13 of the D. Okay, everything's numbered differently.
Oh, it's
yeah.
One moment here.
Oh, here I found it. It's right. It's fine. Page 19 on my document. So just remind me when the applicant comes back up, we should go over that stuff. I think so. Okay. Anything else that you see? Garbage receptacles, garbage containers, where are they on site right now? We've got a garbage container kind of coming into the main road. That's where they have, I guess, their pickup. That's the ideal location or the only location.
That's right. I don't believe it triggered any variances, and they'd be required to show it again at the time of plan approval if there was concerns from the committee.
No, I think that's a good site they picked. Okay. Anything else?
There is also the height cap that we included in the proposed zoning agreement. That was
height cap?
Yeah, 36 feet, which is the same as what applies in the existing zoning agreement. I'm not sure if where the committee falls on that, but just to draw your attention to it.
The height right now is restricted at 36. But that was pertaining to the mobile family. Why would we have that here?
Well, C2 does enable multiple family as well, so it's possible that the applicant chooses to do a multifamily development instead.
Right.
And so we kept the
So you're suggesting we keep the height requirement?
That's our recommendation. Yes.
Okay. 36 feet height. Okay. Anything else? bicycle parking? Do we have bicycle parking on the site?
Car wash?
Well, you never know. There's a convenience store there as well, right?
Sure. They are required to have a little bit of bicycle parking. I don't know the exact number of stalls, but they meet their they meet the bylaw. They're not asking for any variances on that, and they'd have to show it at the plan approval stage.
Where's the location of the vacuums on the site proposed?
That would be a question, I think, best directed to the applicant.
Oh.
You said for the vacuums?
Yeah, the outdoor vacuums, you know, you often see them, they're noisier.
Yeah.
I think it's all indoors.
Is it all indoors now? That's what I'd like to know.
You should check.
If it's indoors, that's great.
We should confirm. Based on the site diagram, I saw what it could be.
Okay. Water, something about the water came up in the meeting. It's being recycled, right? I mean, at the growing cost of city water rates, car wash wants to stay in business, they're going to have to recycle the water.
Yeah, that one, in terms of how they intend to.
That wouldn't be an
access
issue for
water.
us, really, is it?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
As well, there's, I just turned back, there are no built-in limits to the hours of operation for these.
There is no built-in limit.
No,
Okay.
that's right.
Unless we place it.
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the zoning agreement, the use being a car wash and a convenience store, is that something like, with this rezoning C2, what are the different categories that can, let's say this gets knocked down in the future, something else goes up here with the zoning in place, what could be built here?
I can run you through there's a lot.
Yeah, I think the residents should hear it, because I'd like to hear it, and then I'd like to know what we should do to remedy that, if anything.
Right. So there are dwelling, live, work, dwelling, multifamily.
This is what you can do on C2.
That's right.
Okay.
So a condition, and for the benefit of residents, a permitted use means that you don't necessarily need any additional entitlements.
Right.
A conditional use means that you need to make an application to, it may be allowed, but you'd have to make a conditional use application. And it would have to be
Right. So
approved.
what is not conditional and what is conditional?
So dwelling, live, work is conditional. Dwelling multifamily is permitted. Dwelling single family detached is conditional. Dwelling two family is conditional. Assisted living facility is permitted.
A what facility?
An assisted living facility. A care home is permitted. A neighborhood rehabilitation home is permitted. Single room occupancy is permitted. Urban agriculture indoor is conditional. Urban agriculture outdoor is permitted. A community or recreation center is permitted. A library is permitted. A post office / carrier depot is permitted. Protection and emergency services is permitted. Social service facility is permitted. A college or university and a commercial school are both permitted. Community gardens are permitted. Park, plaza, square, playground is permitted. A daycare center is permitted. A hospital is conditional use. A place of worship is permitted. A cultural center is conditional use. A gallery museum is permitted. Amusement enterprise indoor is permitted. Auditorium, concert hall, theater, cinema is permitted. A hall rental is conditional use. A private club not licensed is conditional. A studio, radio, TV, motion picture broadcast and production center is permitted. An amusement enterprise outdoor is conditional. A hostel is permitted. A hotel or motel is permitted. Short-term rental accommodation is permitted. An animal hospital is permitted. A kennel is permitted. A craft brewery is conditional. A drinking establishment is permitted. A restaurant is permitted. A call center is permitted.
Call center.
An office is permitted. A personal services unless otherwise, excuse me, unless otherwise listed, is permitted.
What does that mean, personal service?
I believe that's like I'll double check that when I get to the end, but I believe that that's often like tattoos and another thing, but let me double check that. Body modification establishment is permitted. Check cashing facility is conditional. Funeral chapel is conditional. Medical, dental, optical, counseling clinic is permitted. Retail sales, unless otherwise listed, is permitted. An auction room is conditional. A landscape or garden supply is permitted. A supermarket is permitted. Billboards, digital static copy are conditional use. Stand correction from earlier. Billboard poster is conditional. Auto light truck, motorcycle repair and service is permitted.
What is it? Auto
light truck, motorcycle repair and service. Like a mechanic's job.
Serve it and wash it.
And auto light truck and
motorcycle repair and service. And in addition to the repair and service, sales and rental are also permitted.
What was that one?
Auto light truck, motorcycle sales and rental.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Auto parts and supplies sales are permitted. Car washes, conditional. Drive-in or drive-through is permitted. Fuel sales is permitted. Parking structured is permitted. Parking surface is conditional.
But a parkade is permitted.
Yes. Parking structure. Yeah, that's right. A bus depot is conditional.
A what?
A bus depot is conditional. A commercial marina, a transit station is conditional. And a utility facility minor is permitted.
Utility?
A minor utility facility. I'll have to look that one up as well in terms of how that's where the distinction is.
Okay. Like not for people mining in mines, but we're talking about miners under age, honestly.
Like a smaller, I would think the difference between a transformer station and
opposite
something
me.
less.
All right, okay. I do the opposite of me.
Minor.
I know.
Utility. No, like sometimes in the old days, like
who's on first, what's on second?
Like, they have switching stations for phone
All right.
companies. They used to have like little buildings that look like houses to mix in with the residential neighborhoods.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you now. See, it counts.
I'm guessing.
North Alone guys are smart. Anyway, okay.
I'm guessing.
I was born there.
Okay.
So, a contractor's establishment is permitted.
A contractor's establishment. What does that mean?
So often, I believe it's like a landscaping, like a facility where it's the main building for a fleet of plumbers or a landscaping facility or something like this.
Okay, but that could be anything. That could be it's broad. It could be a carpenter too. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So okay.
Right. Fleet services conditional. Recycling collection center permitted. And those are all the principal uses.
Okay, so can you make a note of these? And I'd like to go over this list with you prior to any kind of motion.
Of course.
So the following items I want to be in the zoning agreement struck from the C2 uses.
Like not permitted.
Right. Not permitted. SRO, hotel, motel, drinking establishments, personal services, auto light truck, auto everything. There'd be the light truck, motorcycles, repair and services. And there was another auto, so we just make sure we capture the auto. Fuel sales, parkade, contractor's establishment, recycling facility. And before we do the motion, we'll probably need to take a break so that I could go over the list with you, Dylan, just to make sure I haven't missed anything. based on what is permitted. Now, conditional, what is the process for conditional? Is that a public hearing here, or where does it go? Just residents?
Depends on when they make their application for the conditional use. So, assuming that they establish the car wash use here and several years pass and they wish to establish something that's conditional, it would be administratively approved. If it's within, I believe, 2 years of the day of the public hearing, then it has to come to the East Kelowna and Transcona Community Committee.
I didn't hear anything here regarding like XXX, maybe it's not an issue anymore, but one time about the XXX video. What about also the issue of cannabis stores and stuff like that? Or the issue also of, what's the other store that was in Hookahs, and then the other one is, it comes up from time to time. I'm trying to think of the uses that cause concern in the neighborhood. There's nothing on there on that?
I am just going to double check. I believe it might be listed. Oh, cannabis production is not permitted in C2.
Cannabis production, what about cannabis sales?
I think the cannabis sales would just be a retail use, but I have to...
Well, I want to add to that cannabis sales. And then I guess the question is, like massage parlors, anything like that, that's been another controversial thing in the past. Is that any issue here, or is that still restricted to the downtown zoning bylaw only?
One moment. Sure, that was, you said massage parlors?
Things like this, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
The stuff that generates big petitions. One way or the other, whether you like them or not. You can get back to me on that one.
Okay, great.
All right. Snow removal, what are your thoughts on that? We heard about storage on site. And by the way, I'm going to ask the applicant about all these things, just to make sure what their thoughts are. But I want your thoughts first. So snow removal.
They can't obstruct, the public pathway with their snow or a right of way for that matter. So as long as they have room on site, they can attempt to store it. And if they run out of room and they can't, then they would be.
I guess the biggest concern I have with snow storage is twofold. Number one, blocking visibility for cars entering or exiting the site, making it unsafe when driving in terms of pedestrians and other vehicles. And the second issue, which I saw at the strip mall where I have my ward office, is kids using them as little toboggan slides and sliding into the parking lot or out onto a road. And watching this having a heart attack. So an accident waiting to happen. So that's the concern I have in terms of requirement for snow storage. Is how would we make a requirement that snow storage has to be removed from the site?
You could put it in the zoning agreement.
Okay.
If you wanted to.
So no snow storage, basically.
Yeah.
For I get it if the contractor's there and they got to put the snow temporarily and they're hauling it, right, 24 hours or whatever it is, but a temporary storage scenario, but not one which is long term, like days on end kind of thing.
Right.
So that could be in the zoning agreement, eh? Okay.
Yeah. And then just to circle back to the comment about massage parlors and the like, adult service or entertainment establishments are not permitted in the C2 zoning district, and they're not conditional.
Okay. So again, the process for getting conditional is what?
The applicant would make an application for a conditional use.
Okay.
And if it were to take place within 2 years of this rezoning, then it would, very similar to this process, the public service would review it and provide a recommendation. Exactly.
However, beyond the 2 years?
Then it would be an administrative consideration or decision.
When you say that, an administrative decision, however, an ad is still placed on the property, correct?
Yes.
And residents in the area can then?
They could appeal the decision.
Appeal the decision, which then will generate a hearing.
That's right.
And where will the hearing be held?
It would be by the appeals committee of council.
Wherever that is, whoever the committee is at that time. But it would be a council body of elected officials.
Right.
That's the present process, right? Okay. Okay.
As well, just on the cannabis sales, just to go back to that one. So they are considered a retail sales use.
So they are permitted.
But their operation and locations are regulated by the provincial government through a licensing process.
Yeah, but it doesn't prevent us from regulating it.
That's right.
All right, we'll add that one to the list. Okay. I'd like to ask the applicant his thoughts on that. I don't know if he had any thoughts of selling cannabis there or not, but I don't think so. But all right. Anything else that's kind of my list right now. Other than I guess the big ones, the public works stuff. So okay.
So my concerns were the snow storage, time restriction. Someone mentioned the idea of caveat on ownership. I'm not sure. I don't think we're allowed to.
Well,
do
it's
that.
kind of, it's good. Thanks for that, Councilor. Yeah, I didn't really raise that only because the zoning agreement sounds like that's addressed that way. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it fair to say though that somebody could come along and think they have the zoning and then start operating a business? How would the city know?
Well, ideally they apply for if they need any permits.
Occupancy.
Yeah, exactly. Alternatively, it could come through enforcement if somebody observed something that they were concerned by and flagged it for the city.
That's right.
Anything further?
Just a question.
Sure.
If we were to permit a digital electronic sign, what are the base rules and restrictions in terms of automatic lighting? I think it's only downtown zoning bylaw where you can have like motion, but I've seen some signs that have some pretty aggressive, animations and stuff, which in my mind are not consistent with the 6-second static policy that I think we have on some of them. Right. I know what we do like with Gateway Rec Center because it is within sight lines of some residential properties, as I think this one would be to some of the multifamily across types if it were to be permitted, where Gateway has to shut it off, I think, either at 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Is that something that might help? Or?
So are you asking, does the zoning bylaw automatically regulate this, or
not time of day, but in terms of not allowing motion, hold times, things like that. I'm trying to remember what, and third-party advertising for that matter.
Mm-hmm. I think I might need a moment to look into that in terms of how it's.
Yeah. Okay.
How we consider it.
I remember we did this so long ago. I don't deal with it every day, so I don't remember it. But
well, yeah.
So I guess the applicant still needs to come back at some point. I don't know what your.
I was just waiting for sure.
Okay, Councilor Schreier.
Okay, Councilor Wyatt.
I don't have any. Was Public Works silent on internal, like I'm thinking of traffic calming and things like that, or?
Yeah, the comments in the report those are the only comments provided by Public Works, and they just wanted to, or we just wanted to make sure that the applicant and the committee was aware of these issues, generally speaking. But there's nothing beyond that.
It's interesting that they make the comment about the southernmost approach there. And have we seen any designs in the city, for example, where basically what we have there, as you're aware, Dylan, is a 3.5 meter wide active transportation pathway that runs on north-south on the west side of Peguis.
Right.
Have been any thought given to, or has this been done in other parts of the city now, where you turn that into basically a modern day traffic table, where you're coming along so people exiting would have to slow down getting up and over it, so that they would automatically have to slow down in light of the fact the location of the building is there. I could see Public Works' concern. You're coming out of that building, you've got the wall there, and then boom, there's the walkway. And sometimes people come down on a bicycle or skate, rollerblades pretty quick. But however, if that was a raised, almost like a traffic table, they would automatically slow down or take the bottom of your car off. So, any thoughts on that, or has that been done anywhere?
I'm not familiar. After the meeting, I can send an email to
Sure.
a colleague, and then I can provide you with.
And I guess I'd like to know Public Works' thoughts on that too, right? Because would they support, is that a design that could work for them in terms of snow clearing and everything else, you know?
Yeah, the location of that driveway is a problem. I don't like that.
Yeah, that's the issue they mentioned in the report, yeah. You know, the other issues aren't that big. You know, they mentioned stop sign for internal stuff coming out, but and to stop. But I mean, you know what people are like at stop signs, right?
Yep.
They may roll right through, and some people, most people are okay. I should qualify that. Nothing was said about the and your understanding of the egress for a left-hand turn. Is the applicant requested as part of his application a left-hand turn cut in the boulevard?
No, I don't believe so.
I know there's an issue there presently with the existing left turn cut. I guess and I know Public Works isn't excited about it. Usually they're not have any of those kind of cuts.
No, it doesn't look like there's any cut in the.
So was there any issue that came up regarding U-turning movements?
No, I don't think so.
The nearest intersection for them to make a U-turn would be where? If they're heading northbound and they got to make a left into the property?
Just give me one moment to pull the map here.
I think you're right. The table.
Yeah, I just don't know if Public again shoot it down to P&D, right? Because it might not be in favor.
So just to clarify, you're saying if they were to exit the property and travel south.
No, if they're not exiting, I'm more concerned about left-hand turns, right? Well, yeah, you're right. They could be exiting and wanting to go north, but they can't. They got to go south. Right. But let's first of all talk about the movement, the left-hand turn into the property. Let's talk about that. So if they're on Peguis, they're heading northbound, they want to turn into the property, they can't because it's a boulevard. Where's their first intersection where they can make a U-turn at?
Looks like the first one to the...
Or the first boulevard cut, I guess I should say.
Right. The first one to the south is at the...
No, to the north. So let's do that one first.
The first one to the north would be Cal Gardner Drive. Right, well...
And Elmy Avenue.
Yeah.
Is that controlled right now? I don't think so. Right?
No, it doesn't look like it is.
How much further up is the next intersection, which is El Tassi /
the next controlled intersection? Yeah, El Tassi.
Yeah, okay. That's not very far, right?
No, it looks like it's about 1,100 feet from the southerly exit.
To your point of vehicles coming out of the property wanting to go north on Peguis, but they can't, so they first have to go south. Where would be the first U-turn that they can make?
There's one at the Costco parking lot.
Costco parking lot.
And then the next controlled intersection is at Regis.
There's a boulevard cut there? Is it Costco?
Yeah, there is.
I don't think there is it?
Yeah, there
is? Okay. So there's a boulevard cut, so you can make a U-turn there. Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe that's something we monitor then. Okay. All right. I don't have other questions. Yeah.
All right, any further questions? Seeing none. Take it away, Clerk Harris.
So at this time, we can go back to the applicant, Jackie Wilkie. I'll just ask you to start your video, and you'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation. After you state your name, just note, no new information is permitted. You can speak in rebuttal to comments made, though.
Thank you for letting us, having us reply to the questions that have come up. In regards to grading, as Councillor Wyatt noted, there's a lot grading bylaw for the City of Winnipeg where we are required to contain all of our grading within our site. We are not privy to what has happened with the grading on the adjacent sites with the construction of Plessy, but any water that is pooling right now will be taken care of our site within that area. For snow clearing, when we talked to the neighbors, it was piling up so that it could be removed. So it's not left there, because we don't have room for it on site to be piled up. But it would need to be piled and then removed from site. So, and it may not be 24 hours or 48 hours, depending on how bad the snow event is. It may take a little longer, but it would be a continuous operation. The idea would be to have a continuous operation, where you pile your snow, get things organized, and then when they're coming and removing snow, they can come and remove the snow immediately thereafter. As Councillor Bawadi noted, the drying and vacuuming are internal to the building. They are not external. They are the 4 stalls on the south end of the building before you exit the door and take the angled egress out to Pegwith. So there won't be any vacuuming noise outside. The fence, right now we're looking at a wood fence. That was in discussion with the neighbors again. We said, well, what about concrete? They said wood fence would look nicer on their side. So we would do a solid wood fence, no gaps in the boards, so that it is a solid fence along that edge and at the 2-meter height that we're allowed to do by bylaw. Excuse me, pardon me. For the signage on site with the digital sign, what we're looking for is something that would allow us to have information on the operations of the car wash. So not a fully static sign, but something that would change with 8 bays open, so many number of queuing spaces available, possibly something that says, 2 Pepsis on sale for $5. Whatever, like simple things, not major advertisement. This is taken all around the city at retail outlets. It would be in that same sort of vein, and it's not a large sign. It's not something that would be the size of the building or anything like that. It would be in keeping with the scale of the building. For hours of operation, I don't believe there would be any issue with keeping to the noise bylaw of 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. That would not be an issue, I believe, for the car wash. The concern that came up with the number of cars in line for going into the bays, we meet the requirement of the bylaw of 2 queuing spaces per bay. So we have 18 spots for cars on site, excluding the parking area. So that is double the number that would be available. And with the signage on the building, that would also help let people know how busy it is as they're coming up.
What would that signage look like, Jackie? How would that be advertised? Because that's a good point. So if I'm driving down Pegwith.
If you're coming up Pegwith, right, we would have a sign that would be
kind of like a red lit up sign, digital, that would say so many. What would it?
Yeah, it would be something 8 bays available, 6 bays available.
But it would be readable from the road.
It depends on what technology they have that they're going to be using for the queuing. But that's something that would be. We don't want to restrict them to have that potential, where they'd be able to add that technology to say that there's a 10-minute wait or a 20-minute wait, so that people know not to come and sit in line if it's too long, if the lineup is already full, kind of an idea.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me. The last part, the cut in the median. During our pre-application, it was something that we brought up with Public Works, and it was not something that was favored by Public Works. It's also a very large cost to the entire cost would have to be borne by the developer to reconstruct the road and the medians, and that is just something that is not feasible with the amount of time and funds that have gone into getting to this stage of this development, where we are right now. So in the future, if it's something that is desired by as we go through, then we can talk about it again. But right at this point, it is not something that we would be asking for.
Can I ask you a question on that, Jackie? Can I ask you a question? I'm looking at the site plan here.
Yeah.
And I know you're not the architect as well, but I'm looking at the site plan, but you are a landscape architect. You have an entrance and an exit, right?
Yeah.
So you have two approaches.
Yes.
Why wasn't it considered, when the design was being done of the building, to accommodate a larger main door coming in that would allow both entrance and exit out of the same door, thus eliminating your southern exit approach, and thus giving your client a potential another parking stall indoors or maybe even two by the looks of it here, in terms of land being lost on that southeast corner of his property.
That was so that we had the flow of traffic going through, so that you aren't having people. You would end up having to have everyone drive past each other for the drawing to go back to drawing, or drive past the drawing stalls. And we didn't want there to be. Didn't want there to be confusion between what stalls are wash stalls, what stalls are dry stalls. So this allows it to have a wet area within the wash area, and then you drive through an internal door into the drying area, so that you have a dry area and a wet area as you're coming out.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this has to do with the drying areas.
Yeah.
Is that how car washes are going inside now? Like people actually, folks will sometimes need time to dry their car and all that. Is that what's?
Well, it was a feature that the owner has put forward because of our cold weather. This allows people to come and use this car wash all winter, dry their cars off fully, not have any ice in locks or on windows. So you can use it at minus 30, like days like today. You can go and have your car washed, have it fully dried off and leave, and not worry about parking at Costco for 3 hours and having your car ice up.
Yeah, Councillor, I think the idea is the owners of car washes don't want people to be drying their vehicles in this somewhat large wash area bays.
No, I understand
because it's losing revenue. They don't plug they turn the machines off. This way they can, in a more compact area on site, have an area where people can dry their vehicles. It's a fairly small site for a car wash. I mean, it's only 8 bays. But I know the car wash, the one that I go to, the Blondies at Bonner and DeVries there. People are drying in the lot because there is no space in the lot after you leave the parking. This is a small area where people can dry.
I'd use automated. But anyways, so
I'm a fancy.
I know, I'm going to rush all the time. So why not the ones why can't you just get those blowers that come in, like the automated, and then you're done?
That's an entirely different system. That's
no, over the blower, you just come underneath of it.
That's an entirely different cost and system.
All right, I guess I'm going to cover it. Okay, yeah. I'm just thinking here out loud about this, the challenge with the site and the, it would be, it doesn't make sense it's really a loss to your client not to have a cut in the boulevard. I think that's I know it's a major issue to be able to access a business property. I know, for example, Mr. Sunk up the street here, who has now sold the school division of the province for the school. It was a big battle when the street was being widened, and Jenstar was going to put a medium down the middle, but he fought back, and I helped him, and we ensured that there was going to be a median cut, and he knew it would directly affect his business. Therefore, he wanted to ensure it stayed. Versus having two approaches coming in out. Now you're having to do two cuts, or change the entire design of the building to accommodate the traffic flows to basically use one of the entrances to make a left in and left out. So, anyway. The internal design really restricts his ability in the future, I guess is what I'm saying. And maybe that's nothing for us to consider here today, but I'm just thinking of if it was my business. But anyway, go ahead. Carry on.
Thank you. And trying to think of the other items that you had here, sorry.
And just basically, before you get on to the next item, Jackie, what did Public Works say about the median, like, what is the process to get the median cut now, if you want it?
We would have to make an application for it and then pay for the whole thing.
And you have to
And
make
then
an application?
So, yeah, it's,
And can we amend the zoning bylaw to allow it?
No, I believe that would be a separate
that's part of the
application to
approach
public.
permit, is it?
Yeah, exactly. It'd
That's
be
part
a-
of the approach permits that we would be, if we were to do it, we would do it as part of the approach permit.
That's right.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
So it does not have to be decided here. It can be decided at a later date.
Right. But we can't approve it here, or we can't weigh in on the issue here? Could we comment on
You
it?
can
or-
say no. You can say no. You can say no median cut. I believe that's a you.
No,
you
but
would
could we not
restrict-
say that we are in favor of a median cut if it makes sense? Like, I mean, subject to the approval Public Works has, but.
Do you mean like going beyond supporting reasons to like?
Well, just
having a
put on
requirement
record
somewhere?
if the need is there, public, because that doesn't come back to us at all, right? A median cut like that goes right.
Right.
Or does it come back to public? Does it come to the standing committee now, or where does that go?
My understand, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it would just be part of the approach permit, and so it wouldn't be going to a committee. I can double check that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it does go to committee in some cases, yeah, if it's appealed by the applicant, I think. Anyway, carry on, sorry.
And I believe that is all of the questions that you had on the application. So.
What about the issue of hours, convenience store versus regular car wash?
I believe we'd be fine with either way. If you wanted to just restrict it on the car wash,
Okay.
going 7 a.m. to 11 is fine. If you wanted to do it for both, I don't see it as being a major issue.
I was supposed to ask you about the vacuums on site. Where are they located?
Inside.
Okay.
That's in those drying days.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any. And would your client be amenable to digital sign whereby it's restricted in size as a portion? You know, the scenario I see here is a static, regular fascia pylon sign, right?
Mm-hmm.
With below it a digital sign, which would be a fraction of the size of the larger sign. So whatever that is, the business is.
Yes. Yeah.
What do you
for
call
sure.
that?
It would just be under the sign permits that we would have to put in. We would have to count the entire sign as part of the permitted sign area.
Right.
And so you guys could say that we would be no more than 1/3
Right.
or something of that nature
Okay.
within the requirements would be fine.
Yeah, okay, so 1/3, eh? 1/3 digital. Okay. Is that something your client could live with?
Is Zacharias still in the room? Sorry, I can't see from the angle of the.
She's saying yes.
Okay.
I think. Right. Okay. Okay. And in terms of restrictions placed on that we talked about, that I mentioned, going through the list of what's permitted and not permitted, what are your thoughts?
Generally, everything is fine. The only one is personal services are not adult services. Personal services are things like a hair salon, nail salon. Sometimes even insurance is considered that.
Okay.
So those are personal services.
So we should strike that one from the list, maybe, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, is what you're saying. Okay, anything else?
I don't think any of the other items would be even able to be put onto the site with the size that it is.
Okay.
It is very limited for the scale, and the list is not an issue. And I believe that based on the owner's beliefs and his thought process, he would not want to have any of the adult or cannabis sales or anything of that nature. So.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. And bicycle parking on the site?
There will be bicycle parking on the site. That's something that we want to go through with our plan approval. We'll see where we need to, where the best places are for it. Yeah.
And you're fine with the 6.5 feet height requirement and max on the fence?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay, and you're fine with the 36-foot height limit on the building?
Yeah, they're looking at a 29 foot, so the 36 will be within the requirements.
Okay. And just coming back to the parking issues raised by Public Works, they've outlined here. So the location of the southerly proposed approach with respect to the proposed building and the existing pathway is problematic for them. What are your thoughts on that?
We've taken and done an angle on the approach as you come out the door to make it as steep as possible. We could actually take it and adjust it a little bit more. We could make that angle a little bit more.
Yeah, I know what you mean. More of an angle.
Start the angle closer to the building. We just need to make sure that we're able to get a vehicle out. That's the only thing we need to do. But yes,
the only issue I have with that, Jackie, is that then it's almost like a real straightaway for people to come flying out.
But we can, as you were talking about with the what becomes a traffic table with the pathway.
Right.
You keep the pathway up high. Normally on approaches, you're sloping from the property line down to curb.
Correct.
If we are able to do a steeper exit, we'd have to balance it off. But if we could keep the pathway up a little bit higher and do a little bit steeper on the approach, we would be able to make it so that it's more of you're basically coming up and over the pathway a little bit. We'd have to work on the grading to make that work. Or we could add in a speed bump within that exit as well, like before you even get to the sidewalk.
Maybe a speed bump might be less problematic or less technical. I've seen where some developers have put in walkways and they've rounded the edges of them.
Yes.
Where they're raised and rounded edges, and this really is like a slip waiting to happen when people are walking along and they step a little bit off the walkway and they're down on the road, right? Because it's not like a clear cut.
Yeah.
You know.
Potential wet vehicles coming out to ice.
Yeah, and and then if it's not clear cut, then the vehicle's not going to slow down anyway. So it might as well be a proper speed bump. So.
And we could add the speed bump in on the exit just to help.
One or two.
In that distance, I would say it would be one good one. Not just a little one, but a decent, like they've got them that are prefab out of rubber that are a little bit long, a little bit wider, and have and a little bit higher. So.
And that would be on his property or on the public right of way?
On his property. Because you want to stop them before they get to the sidewalk.
Okay, gotcha.
Or the pathway.
I mean, it's an AT path and it's 3.5 meters. I mean, you're not going to fall off of it so much.
No, I'm not worried.
I don't mind having both, like maybe a speed bump as well as the trail elevated.
Do we get back from? Do we have a design like that in the city where it's been done?
We've done them on Bridgewater Center in the northwest corner. It was problematic. It was difficult to do, where we had the sidewalk flatter. We've also tried to do that at Sage Creek. The problem comes in where we keep the sidewalk basically at the 2% and at the level of the sidewalk rather than lowering it down, and we increase the slope of the approach coming up to the sidewalk. It means that it's a little bit steeper than is desired.
Have we done it on
the city?
Those are on public right of ways?
Yeah.
And have we done on public right of way for a 3.5 meter wide path?
Not for 3.5 though. That's harder because you don't have as much room to slope. So we can't do something that's a really steep slope.
That's the issue.
Otherwise, cars will bottom out.
So cars will bottom. Well, right, yeah, that's right. They will bottom out, yeah.
If you have more than a 3%,
you got to be able to clear. You got to be able to clear both axles. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So looking at page 24 of the admin report under the rezoning, it says 6.5 foot front yard. Is that to the dotted line there, or is that to that part which is showing right halfway into the active transportation path?
That is basically, if you're looking on our site plan, it's where you see all the shrubs along the shrubs and trees along the front of the building, and the parking lot. That's your 6.5 feet. That's before you even get to the pathway. You can see the pathways that curve a linear line.
Right. I don't see any shrubs or on this one.
They're the circles.
Oh, I see.
The shrubs are the circles.
Okay, yeah, hold on. This one, yeah. Here we go. I don't see the second driveway.
On the landscape plan, there's a.
Yeah. So this is car wash. Page 23.
One second, I will share my screen and you can see it. My fault. One second here. Oh my goodness. This thing. There. Okay, so if you can see my screen, it's right in there.
Oh. I mean, if anything, I think we should get rid of at least one tree there.
Why?
Pedestrians going southbound on the AT path, the more visibility you have coming out of the car wash at that corner, the better.
We can tighten up the trees and move them around. That's not a problem.
But
Not a problem.
I'm just saying, like vehicles won't be able to see pedestrians, like a kid on a bike going.
Yeah, we were just
going southbound on that AT path. I'm just concerned that the building is a wall. You can't see through the building. Obviously, it's a car wash wall.
We can also adjust that. Well, that's something we talked to the architects about as well. We do have windows into the bays here.
Okay. Yeah.
So if we were to adjust that slightly and allow for some visibility, maybe on that south wall as well, to allow a view through the building, possibly.
But if you put
so this wall has some visual penetration.
Okay, so I see the type of tree. It's not a spruce or something. It's pretty.
No, it's all up above.
Yeah, it's pretty see-through. Okay.
But to your point where you got that star right now, Jackie, on your don't move that mouse thingy. If you were to put a speed hump right there, cross, speed bump, right? People would then be forced to slow down approaching in the front of the building, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. But the question is, what's the footage? What's the frontage setback of the building?
From the building to the property line is 6.5 feet.
And then on top of that, you got a little bit more in terms of the path, about another foot or two.
Well, then you have the boulevard to the road.
Right.
So that's another 5 point something meters. I can't remember the exact number on this screen.
But if you go to go a couple slides into your site plan. No, one more.
You
Okay,
want that
hold
one?
on. No, go back. One more. Hold on, that one. No, it's the one with the measurements I'm looking at.
This one will have dimensions. I just need to zoom in for you here. Hold on.
There's one where it shows like the length of the building and everything.
Oh, that would be on the architectural drawings, as the length of the building.
Yeah. Some of the measurements on there I was a little concerned about.
Sorry. This doesn't have every...
does that one have it?
That has built.
I see it has building sizes on there.
Yeah, page 24 of the...
Yeah, page 24 of the admin report is the one I'm concerned about here.
Oh, sorry. I have that pulled up. That one here, sorry.
The issue here is this line. Is that showing that from the building to like part of the actual path here is 6.5 feet?
No, she's talking about from here to that line.
That's the part that's 6.5. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just it has this line here. I'm not sure what that's showing.
Which line? Oh, that's just the line for the showing the measurements on it. You see?
Oh, I see. The different sections.
Yeah,
okay.
the different sections.
Okay. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
And then, Jackie, has there ever been any thought or discussion about, and I'd like to know from the planner on this, about patio, in the event there's a coffee shop or something, if you want a patio, let's say convenience store doesn't work out, and then all of a sudden Starbucks comes along, we want coffee shop here. What are the thoughts on that?
We don't have room for that on the site. We're already short on our parking on this one. That would eliminate quite a bit of parking.
I see.
Because that's the only other place that there would be room for it.
Okay. I don't have any other questions right now. The garbage enclosure, that's an open enclosure with a roof or with a roof?
No roof, just goes around it.
Okay.
It's a standard, this one here.
And it would be rolled, doors open on garbage day, kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Correct.
Why in that location, just out of curiosity?
It was the only location that would work to get it coming in with a front loader, being able to back up and then drive back out again. Without impeding the flow of the rest of the site. Because we needed to have an opening here anyways for the emergency. If somebody needed to get out of the queue, then this is how they get out of the queue. So
I mean,
it worked out for
it's up
crossing
to,
everything.
of course, I'm not going to put a restriction on or a requirement on this in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, this is up to the applicant who's here, your client. He may want to think about that garbage enclosure being fully enclosed, because it's something that could be quite, in time, ugly to look at. Like those bins get beaten up pretty good, including the plastic and other plastic covers. They get wind blows them up and open, and anyway, it's just in terms of the aesthetic look of the property. But that's up to him. So I don't have anything else. Was there anything else the planner? No. Okay. Do we take a break? I need a health break.
Sure, we'll take a break. Yeah. 5 minutes? 6 minutes?
Yeah, 5.
All right, we're returning to the hearing of the East Coast Trans-Canada Committee this January 6th, 2025. It's 2:40 p.m. and we will continue from here. Clerk Harris, where do we go from here?
At this time, were there any more questions for the applicant?
Is the applicant here?
Yes, I do have Jackie Wilkie remaining in the Zoom meeting.
Oh, I see, right. I don't have any other questions.
No further questions. Are you certain about this?
I'm never certain.
Fair enough. Three more seconds for Councillor Wyatt. All right, hearing none. Where do we go from here? Any questions from you, Councillor Brawadi?
Nope.
All right.
So at this time, we can move to motions.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So I'd like to move the following. Excuse me. I got a paper up here. I'd like to move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Those in favor? Motion carries.
I'd like to move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Those in favor? Motion carries.
I'd like to move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded on to the Standing Policy Committee of Property Development with the following amendments.
Does it be concurred in part, or will it just be?
Yeah, I guess so.
Concurred in with minutes.
Number one, that signage subject to plan approval, whereby the pylon sign will also incorporate the traditional pylon sign, but to a maximum of a 1/3 digital component.
As a maximum?
To a maximum of a 1/3 digital component in terms of the sign's fascia, square footage fascia. And that issues pertaining to height, the location, be part of the plan approval. However, in the zoning agreement, I do wish to state that third-party advertising will be banned or restricted in the zoning agreement. In the zoning agreement as well, mobile signs banned or restricted. In the zoning agreement as well, amend it so that hours of operation of the car wash are from a maximum of 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. It will remain, I'm not going to put anything there pertaining to the hours of the convenience store, because as the planner pointed out, that is, it can be 24/7 as it stands right now, which I'm fine with, but that in the zoning agreement, the height of the fence be a minimum / maximum 6.5 feet. but that its materials be subject to the plan approval process. Pertaining to the public works issues, that subject to plan approval, that in the plan approval it must demonstrate steps taken to address the issue of the southerly proposed approach, namely a strategically located speed hump or bump prior to on the applicant's property prior to the approach hitting public right of way. I agree with Public Works that the site should include the installation and the maintenance of stop signs on private property to ensure the vehicles stop prior to crossing the multi-use pathway, and an entry sign prohibiting motorists to ensure that they do not enter the most southerly proposed approach. In other words, that approach is only for exiting, not entering the property. Now that's in the zoning agreement.
Can I just make
Yes.
a comment? And
Yes.
Feel free to just disagree with this, but I think Public Works' intent is to that is their intent at the permit stage, and so putting it in the zoning agreement might be redundant in that sense, and it could also, depending on redevelopment plans of the property, it could end up creating a little bit of a challenge should new plans of development be submitted.
That's fine. Then they got to whoever you're saying in the future if the building gets knocked down and something else gets built. Well, that'll be their problem at that time. We're going to deal with this stuff. Yeah, fair enough. But I don't want people coming in trying to. My concern is that there's an approach further. There's a cut in the boulevard further to the south here that they can kind of. I've seen that done. People coming oncoming cars to make a. Well, no, they're not going to go that way, mind you, because they can't get in the building. But anyway,
you'd have to remove the building or change the entire operation. Like you'd go in through that side and out the other side. Because
yeah. So I agree with Public Works on that, and these items can be addressed during the development permit and private approach to application stage, is what they said here. But we're supporting them here as well. If they make an issue out of it when it comes to P&D, then fine. But I mean, I don't think that we'll see. Public Works would like to inform deals with car wash and laundry system. Okay, that's neither here nor there. So I think that addresses their concerns. That the building be in the zoning agreement be limited to a maximum of 36 feet in height.
I believe that's in there. Yes.
That bicycle parking be accommodated via the plan approval stage. That's not in the zoning agreement. That the following uses, this would be in the zoning agreement, be restricted or eliminated, I guess, restricted, not allowed, and that is SRO, hotel, motel, drinking establishment, auto, light truck, and motorcycle repairs and services and sales, fuel sales, cannabis sales, parkade, construction, contractors establishment, and recycling facility. That all be restricted from the C2 out of the C2 zoning, and that snow storage will not be permitted on the property other than for the purpose of temporary snow storage for the purpose of hauling from the property later. I want to reestablish that the Kaminista and Transcona Community Committee will have the final say with regards to the plan approval, which is for the sake of the residents, the business owner, the elevation, the landscaping, the look of the building, the location, the type of bike parking, garbage, fence, quality of the fence. All of that will be dealt in a separate meeting here at this community committee in the very near future. Let's see. Make sure I got everything. Okay, I think that's it. In support of the supporting reasons, so I'm overturning the decision of the administration or the recommendation of the administration. They support the zoning, but they do not support the conditional use and variance. We are supporting that here today, which is coming up next. But I'll speak to the zoning. I would like to thank the applicant for his perseverance, for not giving up on this site and this location, and for going through a very extensive process to get to this point with regards to the fact that, you know, it's very unfortunate that the pandemic affected many businesses, and maybe it's a blessing in disguise that it happened the way it had. But I just want to thank Mr. Warku for his steadfastness and willingness to keep going, him and his family, and for making this investment in our community. The local people will be employed. He's been very cooperative, and I want to thank his consultants for working so closely with the community. I don't think I remember a public hearing where all the local residents showed up in support. Not one in opposition. I want that noted for the record. And so that's really that was really amazing to see, to be honest. I want to thank the local residents who attended here today. I think they spoke sincerely and honestly, and they were very supportive, and I think they also sensed the work that Mr. Warku has done in the neighborhood and his consultants. So thank you very much for doing that.
Further?
I don't have anything else. I just want to thank the residents. I just want to tell the points that were not addressed, but I want to reiterate it and kind of said during the hearings. The lot drainage issue, or the grading issue, is by and large now, not by and large, look, it is addressed via the lot grading bylaw, so there's no drainage issues per se. Somebody cannot flood another person's property, so these standards were not in place years ago, but are now in place in the city. In terms of the water usage is a private matter, but I'm sure he's going to want to restrict or limit the amount of fresh water he consumes based on the rate of the city charges these days. So in terms of the garbage receptacle, I think that's something that I identified, but that'll be up to Mr. Warku how he wants to look after that in terms of the garbage on the site. That's his internal issue, his own internal issue. Vacuums are inside, so that issue was addressed. And that's, I just want to, this is consistent with Pegwith Street. To the south, you have a large commercial rezoning that took place recently and towards the end of last year, namely the malls and quarters rezoning, where council rezoned lands throughout the city. This land now directly abuts that land. The land to the south was already zoned commercial, I want to note, and Pegwith has become a very busy collector street. There's no convenience store in the area that's handy for residents. That will address that concern. It creates more of a neighborhood that way. I want to recognize the fact that the developer is paying back to other developers a considerable amount of money for the servicing costs related to this development. Ironically, we never really went through the servicing agreement, but I didn't hear the consultant mention any other issues beside the servicing agreement that was a concern, but it's just the payback, I guess, eh?
There's no servicing agreement with this.
No, I know, but the paybacks, that never came up.
No.
To the previous developers' servicing agreements.
Right. I'm not sure.
What is being paid back, I guess, is the question.
I wouldn't be able to answer it right now. I can look into it, but I can't get that information in time for the hearing here.
Well, I know what's being paid back. It's 2 lanes, correct? 2 lanes, I think, on the roadway, plus the water, plus the sewer, plus the boulevard, plus. So I'm going to move that the service agreement payback be amended, requiring 1 lane payback instead of 2 for his frontage as part of this zoning.
Is this part of...
Oh yeah, this will trigger it.
I've just never come across this situation, so I don't know. But
what would have happened when he did the rezoning previously? Had he had executed the previous agreement, he would have had to pay the servicing. Which I'm assuming he's executed the previous agreement, so he paid this rate. I saw the number over $300,000. And there might be more servicing charges that will be coming part of the execution of this servicing agreement that haven't been charged yet. It depends if he filed the Mylars for his other development that he proposed. Maybe we take a break and find out what he paid and what he didn't pay, and then I'll waive part of it. Because I don't think, at this point in time, the full payback should be there. The city should eat part of that. That's my view.
maybe a 15-minute recess, and I'll give
Sure.
some colleagues at Landwell a call.
Yeah, great. The higher committee may reject it, but we'll see. Sure they will.
And we are back at this hearing portion of the East Lowland Transcona Committee, January 6th, 2025, and we are on the joint combined hearings of 1, 2, and 3. And Councillor Wyatt, you are in the midst of your...
So I made the thank you, Councillor Schreier. I made the motion. I thought there might be a way to refund some of the servicing costs, but apparently the city has already paid them back out to the other applicable developers in the area who made those paid for those costs, and therefore it's not like they hold on to the money in any way, shape, or form. So, we got a hold of Kevin Kowalik, who's the head of the Land Development Division, and unfortunately he verified that. So it's not like there's I thought there might be some money sitting in an account that could be refunded, but it's apparently been paid back to the developers who paid for these shared services, for the water, for the sewer, for the road, for the boulevard, for the bike path, all that fun stuff that you paid for when you executed your RMF development zoning agreement. So, however, that's the motion we have, and I'll move that.
All right, I will say my supporting reasons. That is a very nice looking car wash. And nicest car wash I've ever seen. And if it were an MPI building, it would be the nicest looking MPI building I've ever seen. I don't think there's any need to change it. I'm looking forward to the look of it. In fact, I go around that area quite often, and I think it suits the area, including the multi-dwelling unit on the Prairie Landing, doesn't it? I think it kind of suits Prairie Landing. As a matter of fact, I think it's rather consistent. So I look forward to the look of this. Maybe we'll learn something from this in terms of evolving the look of car washes, quite frankly.
Yeah. They thought the Eiffel Tower was ugly too when it went up, right?
Oh, there you go. Penina said so.
Yeah.
Anyway, and those are my arguments, my comments. Anything further? Councilor Barwadi, would you
Sure,
like to?
I just I'll also be in support of the application. I appreciate that it looks like the applicant did their homework in terms of working with the neighborhood residents. It does seem like a thoughtful design. The fact that, again, the access points are not that close to any of the single-family homes. Like at this point, the one that's pointing to the north, that site is more likely to be redeveloped as something that's either not housing or multifamily with whatever type of buffering. Stuff to the west, again, buffered, and they're here in support today. And there's no access to it. I mean, spraying water, vacuums, they do create some noise. Although, honestly, the one that went up on DeVries by Bonner have not had a lot of complaints about that, and the doors do open to the back of the building, which do back onto some single family and quite close to multifamily homes, and we don't get a lot of complaints. So for those reasons, I'm also supportive.
Fair enough. And they could always sell to MPI if they have.
Thank you for the support from the two colleagues. And this is 100% just my thought in terms of this. I might have even mentioned this to the applicant before he filed his application, but I look at the design, and the design's fine. The only thing I would suggest is maybe just speak to the industry in terms. I believe this is the first car wash he'll be owning. I could be wrong, but speak to the industry pertaining to the pros and cons of having these drying station areas versus having more actual car wash area, and therefore looking at the potential of squaring off the building, maximizing the use of the square footage you have on the property, in other words, rather than losing a bit of space there in the front, in the southeast corner, and having one egress and one egress approach, a larger approach out. That then gives you the flexibility in the future to create a scenario where you could have apply for a cut in the median, and then it would actually work, because you would have one entrance coming in and out versus two now, where you'd have two cuts at twice the cost. And so, that plus the size and square footage of your office, I don't know what maybe it's absolutely integral to the business, that's why you need it. But if it's a car wash, make it a car wash. Stick the office somewhere in the convenience store in the corner. But that's just my thought. If I were to maximize the development on this site, that's what I'd want to do. But, you know the business better than I do, sir, so thank you.
Maybe if I can, Mr. Chair. Again, when it comes back to plan approval, I'll be looking for, again, visibility at the edge of the building there. As you're exiting the car wash, anything that can be done to improve, whether it's glazing or perhaps removal of some of the landscaping on that corner. Just anything we can do to, as well as the speed mitigation, whether it's a speed hump or raising the active transportation trail at that point. Again, there's going to be hopefully a lot of business coming in and out of the car wash, and just making sure that it minimizes the potential conflicts with the vehicles leaving the car wash.
And I'll move that. Oh, we actually have to vote first. Right?
Okay, so any further, since we've been going around the campfire on this one, any further comments? Okay, seeing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And I'm going to move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision rezoning. All persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council. And now for item 2.
Yeah. I'm going to move that the report of public service be taken as read.
Those in favor?
Aye. Aye. That the receipt of public representations be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
That in accordance with section 245 of the subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter Act, the conditional use is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan. B, does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. And D, is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. Supporting reasons, I know the public service is not in support of conditional use, but I want to stress that in the event that conditional use were not approved, it really would make the zoning null and void, because that's the principal reason for this hearing, I think, is the purpose of car wash. So I think we have expressed support. I think there's a need in the area for alternative car washes. The area has grown, which means that you have more homes, you have more vehicles, you have, I look at Shandy, which is down the street from here. You could say it's competition. It's a different business model, but there's a constant line up there. It's just busier than ever, and there is a demand for these types of services in the area. And this is an area that borders on the existing commercial development. It's consistent with the Transcona West Area Structure Plan, and therefore I think it should receive our support.
Fair enough. Those are your,
Yep.
those are your supporting reasons. All right, any further comments? Councilor Rawadi? None? All right. All right, those in favor?
Aye. And I'm going to move that the recommendation of public service be concurred in and the conditional use be approved.
Sorry, not be concurred in.
Oh, right, not be concurred. Yeah. Sorry, normally I normally support you guys. Anyway.
Good for, hats off to clerks.
Thank you very much for that. All right, and I'll move that the public service with respect to this application be concluded.
Excuse me, so we have to vote on that?
Oh, yes, okay.
So, that it not be concurred in and the conditional use be approved.
Yes.
All right.
Understood.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay.
Sorry, just the motion on the public hearing.
Be concluded. Thank you.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Finally, the variance, I'm going to move that the report of the public service be taken as read.
Those in favor? Motion carries.
Move that receipt of public representations be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Move that in accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance A is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan. B does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. C is the minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property. And D is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. Same supporting reasons as the last.
Okay. Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'm going to move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in, not be concurred in, thank you, and that the variance be approved.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And I'm going to move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations to Zacharias Yorku.
Please note that the committee, Please note that the committee's decision with respect to the application for conditional use and variance may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Just congratulations and thank you for your patience today.
Can we take a 5-minute break again?
5-minute break?
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon. Welcome back to this regularly scheduled meeting of the East Kelowna Transcona Community Committee this January 6th, 2025. We are back in the hearing section and we are dealing with items 4 and 5 as a combined hearing. Is that true, Clerk Harris?
Correct.
All right. Please take it away.
Item 4 is a rezoning at 815 Pandora Avenue West under file DAZ 216/2024. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 5 is a variance at 815 Pandora Avenue West under file DAV 234233/2024D. Please note additional communications were received in support of the matter after the agenda was published, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application, those registered in opposition, and those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted. At this time, I will turn it over to the planner for a brief overview.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good day, councilors. Yes, the subject property is located on the north side of Pandora Avenue West in the Regent neighborhood of the Transcona Ward. The site is 9,300 square feet in area and is currently occupied by a 1.5-story building constructed in 1926 and used as a single-family residence. There is a detached garage located at the rear of the property, and the property is accessed from a front approach alone. The subject property is located within an established neighborhood, a recent community under the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, and the property is currently zoned C3 Commercial Corridor District. The proposed development is rezoning from C3 to RMFL, Residential Multifamily Large District, to construct an 18-unit multifamily residential dwelling. The proposed building is 4 stories in height with enclosed parking on the first floor and residential units above. The building dimensions are approximately 62 feet wide, 105 feet in depth, and 55 feet in height.
Of the 18 parking stalls, 2 are accessible and 0 are van accessible. There is indoor and secure parking for 16 bicycles on the second floor. Vehicle access to the property is proposed via a new front approach off of Pandora Avenue West. The landscaping plan shows street edge and foundation plantings totaling 5 trees and 18 shrubs. There will be balconies on the east and west facing sides of the building, and the facade of the building features a fiber cement lap siding, fiber cement shakes, and cultured stone as the primary cladding materials. The proposed development requires variances for lot area, yard setbacks, balcony projections, and parking requirements under the zoning bylaw. So as I said, currently the land is zoned Commercial Corridor District C3 and is proposed to be rezoned to RMFL. The RMFL district is intended to accommodate the development of multi-family unit buildings in areas with medium to high residential densities. As this is under Complete Communities' recent communities policy area, the multi-family residential developments are generally encouraged. In the case of the subject site, the proposal intensifies an existing residential use from 1 dwelling unit to 18 dwelling units. The property is the sole residential use in an otherwise commercial block. However, the area south of Pandora Avenue West is largely residential. The area is well served by public transportation, and the service is expected to improve in the short and long term under the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan. There is access to commercial services to the north, as well as employment opportunities in the area. The applicant has submitted a design that supports a high-quality, pedestrian-oriented urban environment and aligns with the design policies in Complete Communities. More specifically, the building and site design encompass the following considerations. The building is oriented towards the street and is situated near the future sidewalk connection. There are windows on all sides and floors of the building to encourage eyes on the street. Balconies help to animate the east and west sides of the buildings. The internal parking area is completely concealed from public view. And the building incorporates a high-quality facade design and uses a combination of cladding materials and multiple roof lines to break up the massing on the front facade. As for servicing, the Water and Waste Department has determined that there is adequate capacity for water and sewer for the proposed development. The Public Works Department is recommending the installation of a multi-use path along the north boulevard of Pandora Avenue, running the full length of the subject property. Therefore, the Urban Planning and Design Division recommends approval for the following reasons. The proposal is consistent with the policies guiding development within the established neighborhood recent community policy area under Complete Communities 2.0, where residential multifamily is generally supported. The proposal has been well designed and is pedestrian oriented with access to quality transit. The design enhances the overall look of the street edge along Pandora Avenue West, and the proposal will help the city reach its residential intensification goals under Complete Communities 2.0. Planning is also recommending the applicant submit a parking management plan to be approved by the Director of Planning, Property and Development prior to the issuance of permits. This condition is attached to the variance and is to address the lack of guest parking on site, for which the applicant requested a variance for 0 guest spaces instead of 2 spaces. That concludes the summary. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
How many units?
18.
18. 1/8?
1/8.
What's the size of the lot?
It's exactly 9,317 square feet.
How big is that in terms of fraction of an acre? Or that's the footprint. Yeah, I mean, don't wish to prejudge this.
About 1/5 of an acre.
1/5 of an acre. It looks anachronistic, almost such a holdout. This place in the midst of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I was thinking the same thing when I did the report. Yeah.
This like some of that on Dougal Road as well. Excuse me.
Today it looks like that. Tomorrow, who knows? Right?
Wow, so that's what we're here for. We'll find out. Councillor White, excuse me.
Yeah, I just regarding the servicing agreement. The one thing that jumped out at me was the requirement for the 3.5 meter wide AT path on the north side of Pandora. What other sections of the north side of Pandora Avenue from Hussey through to, I guess, all the way down to Bernay, let's say, or even past Bernay, has been required by the city for a 3.5 meter wide pathway on the north side. Because we've had some rezonings that have taken place in the last number of years along the north side of Pandora. I can think of the one that jumps comes to mind is the hotel there, the Best Western. And then, some of the dealerships have been built, and everything. Have we made this a requirement of other property owners that you can cite?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So the answer is no, basically. Okay, so I just want to, because that jumped out at me, but I do know that the city required the developer of that hotel, Best Western, to build a sidewalk on the north side. And there is a sidewalk right now all the way, but it stops, I think, at the property line, the western property line of the existing former Transcona Credit Union or Casera Credit Union, access. Is that is the terminus of the sidewalk thus far, I think, right?
Yeah, that corner property.
Yeah. So I guess in terms of this, I mean, one of the things we're going to be asking the applicant will be, due to the fact that there's really no pedestrian connectivity with this site, could we get, can we get a side, drop-in clause requiring the, because right now, we have not collected anything from any property owner on the north side, even though developments have occurred in the last 10 years or so. And we've been building AT paths at least in that period of time in Transcona, at least in the city. So, thoughts?
900 and 910 Regent are examples, I believe.
Okay, we have taken 3.5 meter?
We've collected money for a future sidewalk.
On Pandora?
On Pandora.
Sidewalk or AT path? I know sidewalk we have.
I will tell you in just 1 second. I've got the.
I just want to know if you can give me some examples where we've done this. What were the addresses?
900 and 910 Regent, with the frontage on Pandora, are both examples where we've collected.
What were those projects? Was that done administratively, or was that done through hearing?
It looks like 900 Regent.
900 Regent's the Best Western.
Right, we made them pay and install a sidewalk, but not an AT path.
Right. And then
900 is the Best Western? Okay.
Yes.
And what's 910? Also the Best Western? Is it two sites?
What is the Canada?
Well, Canada is before that Best Western, so it's like...
it's not like you don't know this area, Russ. Excuse me.
Yeah, I know. There's no sidewalk behind the Canada. Well, there is behind the Best Western now.
I think it's the same property.
I think I was the guy that made it, put it in, but anyway, so...
Is the vendor on site?
Well, that's part of the Best Western complex.
Using the separate address?
Yeah, it's like 910 is the accessory building.
Okay.
That'd be your vendor.
I guess I'm just thinking practically speaking, right? Like, if you're gonna have people living here, you're gonna have them wanting to catch a bus, wanting to access services, and yet, there's nothing on that side of Pandora until you get to the Access Credit Union, which is about probably 200 or 250 feet down on the north side. I'm thinking it would be better to amend the servicing agreement to say, look, we're going to strike the clauses, this requirement of it, because we haven't collected anywhere else on the north side of Pandora, but make you do the requirement now to put the sidewalk in down to the existing terminus. So at least people have a way, and I'm thinking from the point of the Canada Inn's first entrance there, which is beside their property on Pandora, first entrance heading westbound to the existing terminus at the western property line of the Access Credit Union property. That's really what jumped out at me on this report. So
Yeah, there is no recommendation for a servicing agreement at this time.
No, there is a servicing agreement in here.
It's just an ACG.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But that's what I call a servicing agreement.
It's separate from a servicing agreement, so we're not, the recommendation as is not requiring the applicant to enter into a servicing agreement. And the reason that the city had approached it this way is that servicing agreements, they are expensive and can be time consuming. And so we had asked, our position had been that, well, we're going to build the sidewalk eventually, the city will. And so we're asking for authority to collect money from the applicant to go towards that sidewalk. If we want to do if we wanted to make the applicant do the sidewalk themselves right now, then we would need to amend the recommendations for a servicing agreement, which is something that we can absolutely do, but we just need a little bit of time, like a small recess to change up the recommendations.
We need a recess now, you think, or?
If the committee wants to require a servicing agreement.
because I hear what you're saying, Dylan, but it says here the developer shall pay to the city in cash on demand their share of the Kildare Avenue trunk sewer charge. Well, that's going to trigger a servicing agreement. There's no other way you're going to get around that. So a servicing agreement is required here, no matter what we do.
It's not a servicing agreement in this circumstance. That's
okay. Then we're calling it something different now. But I mean, if you're paying something back to the city, that's a servicing agreement. They're servicing off-site improvements that was been made in the city. That's the servicing charge. All right. A Kevin Kowalik would be technically then issuing a report to them, maybe after the fact. But it's not coming before us today for some reason. I don't know why. But
yeah, like so the thinking being that we're asking for authority, or we're recommending
to get delegated authority to do servicing agreement later.
Not just to ask for the funds from the applicant as part of the bargaining, not to enter into a full servicing agreement.
Okay, so all right, well we'll hear from the applicant and then go from there. So that's the only issue I see so far.
Great. Any further questions? Seeing none, where do we go from here? Clerk Harris.
So at this point, we can call forward the applicant, John Winthrop. You can come forward. You'll have up to 10 minutes to make your presentation after you state your name. And I'll let you get that set up there.
I don't see anything on the screen. John Winthrop, I'm trying to figure out how to get the Zoom presentation. Where is it? Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll say that right up front.
I also know what's happening.
You guys got games on here. I'm a Mac guy, not a 815 Pandora. There we go, thank you. Oh, and there's a
plan approval.
Thank you, Brandon. Oh, there we go. First, I'd like to thank the committee, the elected officials, as well as the public service and the security here in the building for allowing me to get down here. Thank you for having a very long hearing before I got here. It worked out great for me. I'm not sure for you. I will try to amaze you with my wonderful presentation here, but I feel there's a lot of more anticipation than actually what I'm going to deliver. 815 Pandora Avenue. I think you already know who I am, a registered professional planner. I'm the applicant for the public hearing for 18 units, 18 parking stalls. We're at the rezoning variances stage. We submitted this application June 28, 2024. 192 days later, we're here at the public hearing. We're looking for 18 residential units, 4 stories. It's within 800 meters of a high-frequency transit. We're looking for rezoning and variances. 815 Pandora Avenue is in the Regent neighborhood of the Transcona Ward, half a block west of Plessis Road, half a block east of Robson Street, Zone C3. It's an intensification target area and in the Regent Square separate sewer district. We're outside the PDO Mature Communities Overlay Map. We're outside the PDO1 for malls and corridors. Within 15-minute walking, there's several amenities. The library, the new library, Transcona Library, that Councillor Russ White got successfully funded. Beautiful building, is only like 13 minutes away. New Flyer is 7 minutes to the east. Giant Tiger, 3 minutes a walk to the west. restaurants, parks, etc. A lot of amenities are within 15 minutes. Very bikeable, apparently, according to Walk Score. Here's the current transit for 2024 that you know is changing in June of 2025. There are buses that roll down Pandora Avenue as well as Regent and Plessis that are nearby. That's changing. So this is kind of currently what's happening. You have a bus going down Atwood and Robson, etc. That's now just going to become the 440. We're going to have a direct route up and down Plessis, some other, the FX3 on Regent, the 444 over on Plessis. So we are 350 meters from the FX3 on Regent, 300 meters from the 444, 65 meters from the 440, so there will still be transit down Pandora. We have the multi-use pathways on the other side of Pandora Avenue, the other side of Plessis on the north side. It stops at Plessis. Pandora is apparently a medium stress route for on-street cycling. Here's a picture of Pandora Avenue. It is a 99-foot wide public right-of-way. You can see the boulevard condition. There is no sidewalk. It stops right at the Access Credit Union on the east side of their driveway. Pandora is a P2. It's got 35 feet of concrete. It's a winter route. The sidewalk is on the south side. Limited front driveways, especially along here. The driveways on the north side are for us, the Canadians, and to the business directly to the east of us. Again, we're C3, surrounded by C3 on all three sides. R1 to the south. To the east is Kia Auto Sales fronting Regent. I believe that building is for sale now. I took this picture back in August, I believe. I think it's for sale currently. To the north is Canadians fronting Regent with their parking lot. That's a better picture of the Canadians parking. It comes right up to our property line, essentially. They're on the west side of us. Those trees there, I believe, are on the Canada inland, so we're not touching those trees. I like trees. South of us is single detached dwellings. I believe directly south, that is a side-by-side duplex. It's zoned R1, but if you look at the picture, it certainly looks like a duplex. We're 125 feet to the house. From our building to theirs is 125 feet. As again, the right-of-way is 99 feet wide. We're C3, we're 9,317 square feet, 77 feet by 120. Interior lot is rectangle. Our front yard alignment came in at 25 feet. Currently, it's a 1.5-story single detached dwelling built in 1926 with a front driveway. I don't know if there was a garage at one point. Looks like there was a fire. I was out there in July, August taking that picture. Something happened there. I don't know exactly what. Certainly it was burnt to the ground, whatever it was there. As you can see, the parking stalls come right up close to our north property line as well as the west property line. Directly to the east of us is where our current driveway is, and you can see the industrial, semi-industrial commercial business with the type of fencing they have there. That's looking east from the Canadians parking lot. You can see the parking stalls are right there next to our property. Here's what we're looking to propose. 18 dwelling units, 6 units per floor, 4 stories, 54 feet in height. The residential entrance would face Pandora. Balconies on the west and south sides. The ground floor would have like indoor parking under the building. So essentially 3 floors of residential on top of parking. And the parking screen is indoor. We're going to have 16 bicycle parking, a 10-foot front yard along Pandora, 7.5-foot side yards against our commercial property, a 6-foot side yard against the parking lot to the north of us. Vehicle access is from the front street only, not from the adjacent parcels. Rezoning to RFM large. The variance is required to overcome the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the use of the private property. So we're looking for some variances regarding lot area. The front yard are 10 feet instead of 25. The west side yards, the east side yards, the rear parking, the rear yard to our north property line, which is a parking lot, and 18 parking spaces instead of 27. What about vegetation in the front yard? The existing trees and shrubs along the west side, as I pointed out in previous pictures, are on the Canadians lands, as we believe. We're not touching those. I believe Canadians put that in when they had to expand their parking lot and put up that large berm along Pandora. Of course, we'd landscape our front yard. We're probably going to have a little bit of a wider approach to enter our building because we have to have the garbage come in and out the front, whereas maybe in other situations it would be at the back or the side. Windows and balconies will be facing Canada's parking area to the west and the auto sales business to the east, so we're not impacting anybody with our east or side yards or north side yard or our reduced west side yards. Those are parking lots and the back of a building. What about parking? Well, there are many amenities within walking distance, as I spoke before, and a lot of alternative transportations to make this easily accessible. As I mentioned before, there's lots of employment nearby, besides at the hotel and Giant Tiger and along the car dealerships along Regent. You've got the industrial area on the other side of Plessis with New Flyer, etc. We've got restaurants and groceries directly to the north. So besides amenities, we have employment.
Russ Wyatt's constituent ward office is across the street.
Is it?
There you go.
Yeah, on the map. And there's the health after centers right nearby that with where I think was done 15 years ago. I know a little bit about that. Again, we're looking for 18 dwelling units with 18 parking stalls. There was a discussion about the pathway, the AT pathway. I would tend to agree, certainly with the idea that if I think the adjacent property directly to the east is likely to redevelop sooner than later. The idea was that we were going to pave in front of there and connect the where the driveway, the Access Credit Union is. I'll take a look if I have a good map here. I think what the councilor is looking at doing is, I think I might have a good picture here of the Access Credit Union. Yeah.
It's actually up to their approach. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not up to their property line.
Yeah, the driveway comes to their driveway, not to the east property line.
Oh, okay.
And there's a driveway, then our driveway, and then the next is, that walk, the driveway, the concrete sidewalk
Right.
ends way down at Atwood. There's a cut through here from the city of Winnipeg. There's nothing along here. I think that might be a little too far to connect all the way through.
No, I agree with you. I agree, yeah. But I think going
From
eastbound,
here
yeah.
I would talk to my client with it. I hope he's okay with it. I think this property, if the idea was that we were to connect here, and then when this property develops, we get paid back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, but if this property happens to, I don't know anything, I know. It's subdivided and going residential.
Okay.
And then I want payback though. I want my client that if he installs it here, that he would be paid back for anything going on. I don't think Canada is. I love them. They're great. They're a former client of mine. I don't think they're going to do anything, so I'm not going to get any payback from them.
Gotcha.
So extending the side, I'm not sure if it's a sidewalk or AT pathway you're looking for, but I understand you have to get some connection to our property, but I want to make sure we get payback if that other property goes forward.
Do we have room? I know on the other side of Pandora we have sidewalk and AT. We try to stay away from that now.
Down on the other side of Plessis? Well, it's
Sorry,
right,
on the other side of
yeah, right where I did that building a couple months ago. 701 Pandora Avenue, there's a sidewalk and AT path.
Now,
you have a
I
very.
don't think it makes sense to do both. It's either one or the other. What are your thoughts on it?
It's up to you. Like the AT pathway's asphalt, we can get it in there. I think that sign right there is actually in the public right of way that you see in this picture.
Yeah.
Like that's in the public right of way. Like it's a wide right of way. It's 99 feet. I can see eventually that you might want to have both a sidewalk and an AT path connecting to that walkway that goes north and south there, where the one I'm talking about by the dealership there, by the hydro station. Like we're never going to get money out of hydro for a pathway, right? This is hydro, and this is that walkway, so that when I want to say when this was developed here, remember that sidewalk had to be done, and when Victor did this thing, he had to that sidewalk stopped there. I think the city at that point we did that portion there behind his car dealership.
No, that's the portion. That's the hotel.
No, this hotel. Oh, the Best Western?
Uh-huh.
No, isn't it over here by the, this is the
no.
hydro station.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right.
Yeah, this is the hydro. And this, because this is where the right-of-way was going to go through. Remember the right-of-way?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I remember that too.
Sorry, at one point you mentioned you weren't going to get any payback.
No, that's the Best Western, John.
Yeah, okay, is that okay?
That's the best, so it's on the west side of the highway.
Yeah, we're not likely to get payback, so I'm not, extending it west doesn't make sense, but I can see one day you might want to have your AT path going all the way through here, to at least here, and then up, you can go north.
The question is, we gotta really make the call now, because the city of Winnipeg already have the Best Western pay for the sidewalk. But they haven't put a sidewalk in, not an AT path.
It's up to you how much.
I don't know, but the rest of the street on the north side doesn't have anything.
No.
There's no other sidewalk, no other, or AT path along the entire north side, other than that portion you mentioned by the access credit. So the question is,
you're not.
Are we going AT or are we going sidewalk?
Well, it's more cheaper.
And we already put in a sidewalk in the last 10 years, or that made Best Western do it.
They put it in or they paid?
Did they put it in though?
Yeah,
but you can.
Is it in?
It's in.
It's in.
It's in.
Is it
You can see
physically
it on
in?
the map. You can see it on the map. Yeah, it's in.
Is it physically in the sidewalk?
Physically in.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you mean by sorry about payback?
Well, because if I can't add in, it's not likely to redevelop anytime soon. So if the city wants to put in a sidewalk, they'd have to take it out of not LI but capital budget or something like that, or an AT path has to come out of the capital budget. Same thing for the portion in front of Manitoba Hydro, their substation. Hydro's not going to ever redevelop or contribute to a sidewalk, so then the city's got to pay for all that frontage along to connect that if they don't want.
Who's their sidewalk AT person these days? Who's that?
Kevin Nixon's a counselor now out in the RM.
There's a name for the past.
Yeah.
Who's RM?
He's like out by White Horse Plains.
Really?
Yeah, he's on the board. He's on the.
I've seen a name.
Elected. Yeah.
That is all life after the city. White Horse Plains.
Like way out west of Hedley.
Country guy now, eh? Jeez, I forgot about him. Holy cow.
Well, that's why. Like, so you'd have to pay for this here, and all of this. So that's why.
Well, and
unless you're
behind the
gonna come up
Victor
with the
properties
dollars.
and everything, yeah. But it does make sense, other than, well, the sad thing is, as you know, John, prior to my arriving on council, prior to you becoming the planner for the area, the land behind, it would have been great if we had kept that right away, and maybe one day we get it back, I've always thought, behind the Toyota dealership, you know, that used to be Frontier. We lost
That's
that
my
right
very
away.
first project.
Well, it was part of the Jester, but that was the land that, if we had kept that section, then it would have tied into the rapid transit corridor, right? Along the railroad.
Well, and if you had kept this other section here, we'd have the north-south transportation.
Well, yeah,
corridor.
what is, yeah. But you could still potentially drive an AT path through behind the Frontier Toyota dealership through to the future right.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You got to talk to Jim Patterson.
You'd have to talk to Mr. Patterson, yeah.
Nice guy, he's a client of mine, but.
Is he still with us? Yeah. Okay.
So what do you want to do?
Well, I don't know. I have two minds. Like I think it makes sense to build the AT, but then people are going to say, well, why do you have a sidewalk here? Sidewalk, AT, sidewalk. You know, right now, but it's going to the AT path is going to go kind of silly, sticking out on its own. It doesn't. It wouldn't look as bad if the AT path went all the way to Plessy.
Well, if we're doing that, then whatever you decide there, I just want my client to get paid back. I can see that corner. So C3 zoning is not a great zoning district for residential or really anything. It's great for highway commercial. And other than here, it's up on like Route 90 up in the north end. You're changing your malls and corridors thing, maybe something will happen here. But I also understand there's like a capacity issue along Regent Avenue.
Yeah.
Right, for anything going on there, for car washes and things like that, so.
Now we have, at the intersection of Pandora Avenue West and Atwood, there is a pedestrian crossing there, correct?
Yes,
on the west side.
Qualico had to put that in. You made them do that when we. Yeah. So this used to be the Pirates Community Club site. Remember, or whatever was it called?
Oh, that was
and
the
then the city lost that
settlement with Qualico when they got built. Bill Clement.
Yes, the Bill Clement walkway. That was one of my first projects too.
When we got sued over
Yeah.
the Charleswood Transportation Levy.
Yes, and the city lost, and
The city lost and paid in land in lieu, and we lost land in Transcona. We lost land all over the city.
Yeah, lost that one.
Yeah.
That's what you paid.
Okay.
So then when that developed, you did at that time a sidewalk on Atwood that you can see in there now, because that's an extra wide right of way because of the hydro towers along there that go up to the station. And then at some point, either that project or with Larry Vicker, when he did his Mitsubishi, you had it go, sidewalk go all the way up to Regent Avenue.
See, what would be good is if we could drive the side AT path basically up to this point, at least, because then it ties into that walkway, like you said, and it ties into there's some rationale there with the public asks, why does the AT path stop there? Well, it gets you to Regent, right? And
Okay, so why don't you the existing sidewalk? Well, if you can go up and find money from that capital budget for that, then.
Well, we got the finance chair here, sitting to my right. Don't let him leave the room.
What my client.
We're getting a little silly now at the end of the day.
I would suggest
you lock the door. So, what would be the numbers to run? Okay, so I'd like to know this, I guess. If your client would be prepared to pay for the AT path from here through there, I'd like to know what the number is from here to there.
Yeah, that's something you guys have to figure that out. I think it's like $20 a foot.
That's all?
Sidewalks, concrete sidewalks.
No, I'm talking about 18 now.
Yeah, I know concrete sidewalks are $10 to $30 a foot, according to the LI thing I looked at last night. So I don't know what, they didn't have asphalt on there. If you look at the LI webpage, that was 2024 rates. I don't know what an AT path is linear foot for asphalt. Somewhere between $20 to $30.
20 to 30 for 18.
That's at least concrete sidewalk.
And sidewalks are 10?
No, the concrete sidewalk under last year's LI race, I believe, were $10. A linear foot, anywhere between 10 to 30 was the rate that they.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the LI.
Where is Kowalik on this? We need him here, actually, on this. We would need him for something.
I don't know how much a linear foot for an asphalt path.
Yeah, he would know.
Like, that's too much for my client, and he would never get paid back unless you said.
What's too much for your client?
Well, like going from here to here, he can probably get paid back within a couple of years. Going from here to there.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that you're right. That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah,
if our LDR, right?
We could do part one, and if he was to widen the existing concrete with a strip of asphalt to make it wider and turn it into an AT path.
Even if I have to fund it over, let's say, a year or two out of LDR because I can't get money out of Jeff's capital budget, then I'll, that might be an option.
Wait, he's likely to get paid back out of it.
His ears are burning. Oh, Jeff, you're here. Okay.
He has a stronger possibility of getting paid back from the eastern properties. I don't think he'll get paid.
I don't know when you would, the credit union site is primed for redevelopment. It's really not a utility site, but I don't see it happening anytime soon, but I think you're right in terms of the other property.
I think the other property is going to go. I have never talked to anybody about it, but just looking at there's a lack of demand for commercial C3s.
Well, what's interesting is there's supposed to be a car wash. We had a car wash this morning. Supposed to be a car wash going in on Regent Avenue, and that is
no capacity.
And there's administrative approval. I don't know if the public service has requested of them to contribute 3.5 meters for the public side or AT path in the back. Right? And so if we're requesting it here, how can we not request it there administratively?
Because if it's just a building permit, then you can't. If it's
They're requesting all sorts of other upgrades to sewer and water, these guys.
Sewer and water, but like a pathway is like, you can't attach that to a building permit, you have a right.
Okay. All right.
For off-site servicing. You can only do it through a subdivision.
Well, what does the public service say? What is our administration in terms of a sidewalk versus an AT path? Like, what is the position of the Public Works Department on this?
I can't speak for them immediately, but I will send a message.
Okay, when is our next meeting of community committee?
So the next meeting is going to be, let's see the exact date here.
A week?
That is January 27th.
Oh, okay, it's still this month?
Yes.
So 3 weeks?
That's the February meeting, so to speak.
Right, that's right, okay, so
3 weeks.
So 2 things then. Can we get lined up for that meeting, Public Works to be here to tell us their policy position on this matter, namely sidewalk versus AT path on the north side. What's the future of the north side of Pandora Avenue West? And secondly, can we get Mr. Kowalik or somebody from the Land Development Division here to speak to this, because we're now dealing in the realm of servicing agreement obligations. And if we do those 2 things, then maybe we can get this matter. I would have liked to have dealt with this tonight, but clearly this is not going to get resolved. I don't want to approve something then, let it go forward with an AT path that we find out we're not building later on. So let's figure out, and the time is not bad. I mean, it's unfortunate that I think I was the one who made to put a sidewalk in. I should have been able to do the, but the administration, not blaming you guys, there was other guys, at the time didn't tell me that, oh no, we got to have an AT path here. And I said, okay, we'll do sidewalk. That's where you went with sidewalk. That was, that's Larry Vickers' brother-in-law.
Larry Vickers?
Larry Vickers' brother-in-law built, he's from Saskatchewan.
Toby's
Yeah.
brother? No, not Toby.
No. Ed Vicker, who it was his son-in-law who built the Best Western Canada. And he's in his 80s or 90s. He built this. He lives in Saskatoon. Yeah. And, yeah. So, I'm trying to remember. Wonderful man. Very nice guy. Anyway. Okay. Any other issues?
No, we're fine. If I would be the fact that you're having a public hearing at the end of January is fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah. If this was the February meeting, I'd be a little more concerned. So you're not having anything in March.
What are you doing for bicycle parking on this one?
We'll gladly have indoor bicycle parking, outdoor bicycle parking, whatever you want for bicycle parking.
You put the parking, they stick that steel loop into the center.
Yeah, there's both. Like there's stuff we would probably have on the outdoors. So if you're biking up and just visiting a friend, but we'd have permanent indoors. You need that for buildings like.
And you have sewer capacity here?
We have. We double checked on that because I heard about what was going on with the region to the north. We're on Pandora. Be told I checked with Water and Waste. They said we have sewer capacity.
Okay.
Even before I made the application, I checked right away with Water and Waste.
Okay. And what is the dedication fee?
Well, yeah, we got to pay cash, but I don't know.
That's right.
We're going from C3. We're down zoning essentially from C3. I think is more valuable than multifamily large. But
do you know the number on it?
No, they never give me that until after 4 weeks after the council approves something.
I see. Okay.
And then I get a bill in the mail and I pass it on to my client.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilor Brolard is full of questions. No, he's not. I'm just kidding. All right. Any further questions from anybody? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much. Where do we go from here, Clerk?
So we continue with those in support of the application. First up, we have Sahil Garg. Sahil, if you'd like to come forward, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. And following Sahil, we have Atul Garg. And is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak in support of the application? There's no one in opposition and no one for information. So at this time, we could go public questions for the public service.
I'm going to, if it's possible, if it's all right with you guys, we'll wait over based on those 2 things that I mentioned. So.
We're going to wait over?
If that's the will of the committee. We'll wait over to the January 27th meeting and then try to get these 2 items addressed.
Okay. So. That is understood.
Understood.
You have that, Mr. Clerk?
Just that it's laid over for
27th.
January 27th.
Yeah, for the purpose of getting the issue of policy, whether sidewalk or AT, and then funding through the service agreement. So we need ideally Kevin here and whoever is our new.
So it's information on the policies for active transportation and funding of active transportation. Good. Understood.
Thank you.
Motion's made to lay
Okay, so that is.
Layover with instructions.
Yep.
Yeah, with instructions.
All right, that is the motion. No, motion is understood by the clerk.
Understood.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'll move consent and adjournment.
Before that, we do have the variance as well.
Oh,
okay.
I'll move layover of the variance as well.
To the next meeting of the East Kildonan Trans-Kildonan Community Committee, 27th January 2025, 510 Main Street, R3B 1B9.
and you know the date of this? What is the date of this?
It's January 27th.
January 27th? Thank you. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. That includes, now we've heard the motion for adjournment. I hear consensus. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Patience and all the.